Perfecto, perfecto. Call in number good. Call in number good. Wonderful. Welcome in, tubers. Welcome in. Welcome to the stream. Back to what I was saying. So, of course, because we decided to step in on another country and take out their power, of course, we're going to do basic things such as make sure that we supply humanitarian aid to the people who may have been displaced, help individuals who fled Maduro come back. That's a given, right? That's a given. Of course, we're going to do things like support Maria Machado, who has been in hiding for her life out of fear for the Maduro administration. Of course, we're going to make sure that we have detail around her and help her along the next election, right? Right? Of course, we're going to increase the refugee cap that Trump brought down to a lower number than his first administration, which was 15,000. Of course, we're going to increase that number because some of the people we may see coming from the region. Right? Or do we figure that out later in Congress? Because, of course, these strikes were not approved of by Congress. No one in Congress even knew. I don't know. I just feel like I'm not against the invasion. I'm not against the invasion. I'm going to be completely honest with you guys. I'm not against the invasion because I don't give a shit about Maduro. Trump's version of it is the issue, of course. And then what is the response afterwards? That's what I'm super curious about. So with that being said, that's obviously the immediate topic today. But the background that we have here is Trump supporters regret your vote. Do you? Do you not? I think we have seen, in light of several other issues outside of Venezuela specifically, in fact, most Republicans, I would personally say, don't give a shit outside of maybe the war part. I would say I've been seeing a good bit of people regretting their vote. The main reasons are surrounding the Epstein files, so on and so forth. But there's others as well. And if you don't regret your vote, boy, oh boy. Boy, oh boy, why is that? So any cases, if you are a Trump supporter, request up in the box. You're the demographic of people that I want to have a conversation with, or you may call in the number on screen. That's going to be 737-295-5321. Those of you on the tube side, that would be your option. Those of you on the TikTok side, you may use either. Looks like we have our first guest up. Let's get this show going. Hello. Are you a Trump supporter?
Of course.
Oh, got you. How old are you?
I'm 25.
Okay, got you. Do you regret your vote for Trump?
No, I don't.
And why is that?
Right now I think he's doing good. He could be doing more things that I agree with, but right now he's doing good.
Okay.
In my opinion.
So right now he's doing things good. Can you give me an example, one of those things you think he's being proficient on?
Okay, so I think he's doing good with the border, keeping it closed.
Okay.
Making sure, ICE is making sure they're getting out the wrong people that shouldn't be here. And I think we can all agree with that. He just arrested a dictator, and I don't think I don't see how anyone can complain about that right now.
Okay. I'm going to start with your first point. You mentioned that he's keeping the border closed. Did you know that the border's not closed?
Well, according to the president, it was open, wide open. Millions of people were coming through. What they reported whenever Biden was under.
According to the president, the magnetics can't. Magnets don't work underwater. So let's not do according to, because information can be incorrect. Just because a certain person said it doesn't make it true, right?
He showed the numbers.
He showed the numbers. What numbers are those?
He showed us numbers, how many people were coming through. What? It was like 11 million people coming?
11 million people coming. A year?
I think throughout like the 4 years of Biden, but yeah.
Throughout the 4 years. Yeah, okay, cool. So, in order to say that the border is closed, that would imply that we would have no one coming in and out, correct?
Yeah.
Right. So, American citizens who cross the border every day for work, it would be open for them, correct?
I assume.
Okay. People who claim asylum, it would be open for them, correct?
I assume, but there's illegal people. I'm talking about the illegals, which is what ICE is doing right now to get them out of here.
Okay, so how does one close the border for illegals?
Stop letting them come through illegally.
Okay.
They have to come through the port of entry.
So are you saying that the Biden administration let them come through illegally?
Yeah.
How is that?
I mean, we see it every day. You've seen what happened to Lake and Raleigh. I mean, when
we see it every day. Okay. So How did they do
Come to
that?
California. Come to California. That's all they do around here. Just speak Spanish all day
I'm in
long.
Texas. I'm right by the southern border.
Oh, so you see it nonstop.
Yeah,
You hear
sure.
and see it
So
nonstop.
again, how did the Biden administration let in illegals? That's my question.
What do you mean they took away the remain in Mexico policy that uh Trump had passed, and a couple other things. They stopped the construction of the border wall.
Do you know what
Yeah.
ultimately? Okay, let's start with remain in Mexico. You know what ultimately cooked remain in Mexico?
No. Would you
It
mind
wasn't the
explaining?
Biden administration. In fact, the Biden administration's target of remain in Mexico was surrounding its humanitarian issues. It literally went into the talking point that they use against Democrats, which are kids in cages, right? We saw
Yeah.
many children misplaced because of remain in Mexico. There wasn't proper vetting of sponsors and stuff. People were not being properly allocated to their families. And then ultimately, Mexico was the one who said that, that they're not, it's not something that they were for. It was not this monumental W that everyone advertises it to be. So there's that. I don't have any issues with the Biden administration supporting ending something that led to so many issues. In fact, the missing children number that we talk about today, it in part started with Remain in Mexico. Or do you think that misplacing children just because they're not American citizens is a good thing?
I don't think it's a good thing, but they shouldn't be here. That's the only problem that I have.
Can
I
I,
don't think that it's right that how they were treated, but they shouldn't be here.
Yeah, sure. We have a process, right? A legal process that many people violate. However, the problem with the Trump administration and how they go about immigration is one, it's not a solution. You can look at CBP numbers right now, month to month, you'll still see record low encounters. Absolutely. We saw a big decrease starting at the beginning of his administration, about 30% from the Biden administration at the end of his term. But then at what cost? We are currently on a human civil rights watch list because of the things that we're committing by our border and abroad, or better
Okay,
yet, internally.
I don't agree with the simple fact they weren't given due process. That's the only thing I don't agree with. I think that everyone should be given due process. I mean, we give due process to people who are serial killers, etc. So I think they should be given due process. But other than that, if they're like, you know, I only agree with ICE detaining them if they're, if they're speaking Spanish and we don't know if they're here legally or not
I'm
illegally. You know
sorry.
what I mean?
I'm sorry. Did you just say
Yes,
you
I mean we
only
give
agree with
due
them
process to
detaining people if they're speaking Spanish?
yes. For the simple fact we don't know if they're here legally or illegally. You know what I mean? There's so many of them. I mean, come on, you said you're from Texas, so you know they're it's probably running. They're running around like chickens with their head cut off around that place. I'm assuming because it's so close to the border.
No, Texas is doing just fine. Really quickly, W's in the chat to Joel Shee. I think that's how you say your name over there on the tube side for the $5 super chat. Another day, another bullshit action by the Mad King of America. You already know how it goes. You already know how it goes, and we're gonna get into how in a second how this is like literally what's the word I'm looking for, guys? A revolving door of Republican policies every administration. Cut from the rich, help the poor. No, cut from the poor, help the rich, and start wars over oil. We'll get into that in a bit. W's in the chat to Joel Shee. W's in the chat to Joel Shee. Guys, if you want to support the platform, best ways are going to be to do so is going to be the links in the bio. Hector Talks with 2 R's and Hector Pal with 2 O's and 2 R's on the Cash App, Venmo, and PayPal. Or you may send a super chat. Those of you who like to support the stream here, you may not have any currency that way. You could have some TikTok coins. Feel free to knock out the goals and do all the good things. All right. So here's the problem with what you said about Spanish speaking, and I'm forgetting your name here. I'm gonna say Stallion, the Italian Stallion. Legal residents, American people speak Spanish,
My
so
husband's
that
Cuban.
your
My husband's Cuban, and he just learned how to speak English. So I don't understand why people
W Zandy.
who
Thank
are
you so much
born
for the
here,
joy floats. Sorry.
who are born here, can't just speak English like everyone else. My husband's Cuban, and he doesn't. Well, Spanish was his first language, but now he speaks English since I've been teaching him how to do so. So now
Congratulations
he
to him.
try,
I
try
think every single person should be versatile in speaking different languages. I just think it's a great skill to have. Why should it be mandatory for residency here?
because that's what majority of the people in this country speak, which is English. I shouldn't have to pick up the phone, told to dial two for English, and then get an Indian.
An Indian speaks
I mean, it's hard to understand what they're saying. I mean, come on,
but
you've
it's
been
English.
there.
So okay, hold on. Are we
You've been
moving the
there.
goalposts from you
I'm
need
not
to
moving
speak
the goal.
English to now you need to speak this English, clear English, perfect American English, however you would define that? Which let's not do it by white people. It, which one is it?
I mean, it's all the same in my eyes.
It's
Like,
it's not. It's not. Indian speaking English is an English speaking Indian versus them speaking their native tongue. But now you're saying you can barely understand them. In which case, you could always. I actually had to do this one time, only one time ever, when I called customer support. Was this one person's English was so broken to where I said, "I am so sorry, I cannot understand you. Can you connect me to someone else who may speak clearer?" I only had to do that one time, and that was because I was really trying to get some shit done with insurance. And I didn't even feel good about it, to be honest with you. But I legit could not understand what he was saying. But
exactly.
do I think? Hold on, no. Do I think that he should lose his job because of it? No. He was doing the best of his ability. In fact, I think if anything, I would love to see more corporations. Let me see if you agree with me on this. I would love to see more corporations maybe institute some type of like program to help their employees speak clear English, especially if you're on like phone call services. Like, do you think that would be a good idea?
Sure. Yeah, I could agree with
Yeah,
that.
cool, great. See, so I would like to see more companies like that help out their employers because you have very proficient, very like hardworking people who may struggle with the language. Why should we get rid of them just because of that? That doesn't seem merit based to me.
I want to move on to the next topic.
Yeah. So on the first one, I don't think that speaking English should be a determining factor for you being in the U.S. And I would also argue there's a aggressive form of laziness that comes from the average American when it comes to not A, learning other languages, and B, using the amazing apps that we have now powered by AI today to translate. I can literally take my phone and I can put it to someone and they can speak into it and it's like we can have a back and forth. Like one end will say English and the other end will say whatever language. And we can have a back and forth completely through that. It's super easy, barely an inconvenience. Like,
Yeah, I'm not downloading no app because I don't talk to those type of people. I avoid them at all cost. I avoid them at all cost. So if I go into a restaurant and I hear them speaking it, I'll just move. I'll take my money elsewhere. That's what I do. You want me to leave the panel now? I mean, it's my opinion. It's how I feel.
okay,
Should I leave the panel now,
let me get
Hector? Or
this
no?
straight. No, let me get this straight. Do you have a favorite restaurant?
Yeah,
Give me, what's the name if you don't mind?
I enjoy Seafood Tango. Have you ever heard of it?
Sounds familiar. If you don't mind me asking, what's your state?
It's I live in Malibu, California.
Okay, that's a count. Okay, I don't know. Seafood Tango. So you go into Seafood Tango, your favorite place, and you get a waiter, or better, not even get a waiter, because obviously they'll have to get one that you do know the language. No, your husband. You said your husband speaks Spanish. Okay, so you get a Spanish waiter. You don't understand a lick of Spanish. You have a husband that speaks Spanish. He's Cuban. Would you stop going to that place because they employed this person?
No. I just asked him. I want another waiter. That's all.
But your husband speaks Spanish.
He chooses not to speak Spanish anymore.
Why does he
He,
choose? Hold on. Why does he choose? Fucking A.
because he came here from Cuba and he's now here in America, in the United States, and he's speaking Spanish. I mean, not Spanish. He learned English and now that's what he
Do you
speaks.
know how many people in Cal? Hold on. Is there a study on this? I'm curious. I'm curious to
Yeah,
see
there's a lot of those
how
type of
much
people here in California. A
people
lot of them.
in California. I'm very curious to see. I'm looking up, chat. I'm looking up to see how many people in California are bilingual. The point of values for around 40%. Very well, blah, blah.
People
Bruh.
think I'm rage baiting, but this is my opinion.
Stallion.
100 opinion.
Stallion.
Yeah.
What if I told you nearly 50% of California is bilingual or multilingual?
Oh, like I said, I've been here for a couple years now. I see it every day. I already know.
Okay. So to stop going to or stop supporting or request someone who's doesn't speak English, especially when you would have your husband beside you who would be able to speak the language and interpret for you. Does that make any sense? Or better yet, you have a chance based off of the statistic I just read here, a 40 to 50% chance anywhere you go, anything you do in the state of California, you can encounter someone who speaks a different language. Why
Yeah,
would you not want to learn the language or B, want them gone? How does it negatively impact you to know how to speak other languages?
I don't want the legal people gone. I want the illegals. So I don't know if there's here.
No, we're not even doing legality at this point. You made a specific argument saying that if you hear someone not speaking English and they can't speak good English, you don't even want to support that business. You don't even want to be there. You want to request a different person. You said that you think that should be like mandatory for them to learn. So this is not even about legality at this point. Why is it? How does it negatively impact you just to learn another language or use the tools available to interpret?
I shouldn't have to. That's the thing.
Says
I
who?
shouldn't have to go out my way to
Says who?
use to speak someone else's language.
Says who?
Me. This is me.
Okay, I understand you. I understand it's your personal opinion. I'm trying to figure out what it's rooted in. Why is it so difficult for you to do this? Why do you have this like? Quite frankly, I try to avoid these words, but let's be fucking real here. You're xenophobic as shit. Like you are xenophobic as fuck. I don't know why. It's unnecessary. Some of our best food comes from other cultures and everything else. But why should it be? Why do you feel this way? I'm so baffled right now. Like I'm legit confused. I'm not gonna bash you or anything. I just don't understand your logic here.
For the simple fact that these people come to our country, they take our jobs.
Again. We can get back to undocumented versus documented in a bit.
No, I'm talking about documented as well. They come in here.
Okay, fine. Again, that doesn't matter because according to you, if they don't speak English, you don't fuck with them. So there's that. Yeah. But sure, we can get back to statuses. Do you want to know the number one problem with the Trump administration and how they address immigration?
Sure, you could tell me.
It puts you at risk. Do you know how it puts you at risk?
How so?
So the Biden administration and the Obama administration, in fact, he took a lot of tips from said administration. When they went about ICE and immigration law, they prioritize violent criminals, right? They prioritize offenders, people who do come into this country and commit harm towards Americans and even themselves, right? And it was a very good priority because we can't get everyone with the budget. In fact, it would be asinine to even try. The Trump administration in this first term and now the second one changed those priorities to go after everyone equally. And do you want to know what the problem with that is? Or can you guess it?
No, but you can tell me. I might not know.
More criminals get away. If we're hyper-focusing on anybody and everybody, that can be a deterrent or delay to get the individuals that are an actual threat to national security. Does that make sense? Because I can't change the law. I can't change the law and stop people undocumented from not being deported. In fact, I quite frankly wouldn't. I would just provide an alternative option, especially for the ones who've been here 10, 20, 30, 40 years, minding their business, being law-abiding citizens, paying their taxes. Why should we deport them?
You see, the thing is that if they're doing all this here, why couldn't they do that all in their country?
Do you believe that America is one of the greatest countries in the world?
I wouldn't say the greatest, but
one of
damn near the best.
Damn near the best. Okay, so America is damn near the best country in the world. You don't think other people would want to come for that? You don't think is it okay for people to want better for themselves and damn near one of the best countries in the world?
They should try doing that in their country, though.
I mean, if they'd like to, sure, and they can also immigrate here.
Sure, if they want to come here and do what's best, sure, but make sure they're doing it the legal way. That's all I ask.
The legal way is not only outrageously expensive, and we'll add on to that how Trump has made it even more expensive to become a citizen here. So that's kind of counteracting his legal point. But it's also it takes a very, very long time. So I have no problem saying people need to do it the right way, but then it's like giving somebody a puzzle with missing pieces and stuff and be like, hey, I know it's fucked up, but figure it out. Do the best of your ability. We need to provide people better options before we like strictly enforce these rules broadly on everyone. Obviously, the criminals have to go. No one here is against criminals. But even with the reports that we're seeing by ICE and several other officials, we're not so much getting people that have violent offenses, which is my main priority, not just anybody who speaks Spanish.
I could agree with that. That they're just going after really anybody. I don't agree with them just taking kids out of schools and shit because they didn't do anything wrong. But once you come here illegally, you're already committing a crime.
So you keep saying you don't agree with certain
Regardless.
things, and I'm glad that you have some form of a conscience in that department. But
I have a,
it's what he ran off of. This
I
is
have a
literally what
stick
he
in the
ran off of
sand when it
doing.
comes to certain things. I have a stick in the sand when it comes to certain things. But once they cross illegally, they're already committing a crime, regardless if it's violent, if it's a drug crime, if it's just
Sure,
a
sure.
jaywalking
No one's
crime.
here to
It's a
disagree with that,
crime.
but it's a misdemeanor. At least the first time, it's a misdemeanor. It's no different from let me think. Several states have laws in regards to like if you take this much stuff from a store, if it's under a certain amount, it's a misdemeanor. So like you just have to pay it back. Like that. It's literally that. Like imagine looking at a kid who takes a Kit Kat from a 7-Eleven and then going, "You're a criminal." That doesn't make any sense. And nor do I think that their status or citizenship here should make it a more aggressive crime.
My thing is, if they're willing to commit, a misdemeanor, what else are they willing to commit? And it's things like that like kind of scare me a little bit.
If they're willing to commit a misdemeanor, what else are we now saying? Is this like a damn it guys, what's the term? You know what we say with like substances? Like when you try one substance, you can try bigger ones. What's the term for that, guys? Why am I blanking right now? Shit.
Let somebody
Gateway.
else up. I want to talk to other people too.
That's not how I run my live. I do one-on-ones. Um, but sure, I'll see who else is in the box. Gateway. Yeah, it's like gateway or the pathway to something. Yeah. That's what. Is this the is this the misdemeanor gateway? So are we now saying people who commit misdemeanors should be treated as the worst of criminals because they're on the pathway to things bigger?
Maybe, maybe not.
Maybe not. And that maybe and maybe not should be the reason why we don't aggressively enforce the most draconian laws against people who commit misdemeanors. People make mistakes, people change, people regret things. Why should that be not afforded to an immigrant who doesn't have any violent crimes or problematic crimes outside of wanting a better life under their
Well, how
belt?
do we know they don't have any crimes? We don't know who these people are.
So we
Do
know
they have
this.
any sort
We
of
know this by
record?
several factors. We know this from several things. One, many of the people that have been arrested by the Trump administration, we had evaluations done on their records not only in the United States and abroad. Particularly, we can look at the CCOT one with the 200, about 300 people that were sent over there. 70% of them had no crimes in the United States. 60% of them had no crimes worldwide. So when it comes to the 30 and 40% that got sent to CCOT, I don't agree with CCOT, but I could care a little bit less versus the people who just were here. Does that make sense? I don't think anyone should be sent to a place like CCOT if you don't have any fucking crimes on your belt. But they were, just for wanting to come here. That's kind of crazy. Like imagine, again, I want to bring this back, but better yet, maybe the child example is too aggressive. Say you need some milk. You don't have $1 to your name, but you need that milk for your baby. You go into a store and you take that milk. Imagine the full force of the United States law coming down on you and trying to give you 20 to life. Do you think that's fair? Imagine being put on denaturalization list to lose your citizenship because of said crime.
No, I don't agree with that.
That's a little insane. That's what the Trump
Hmm.
administration is doing to immigrants.
See, the thing is, nobody will be able to ever change my mind. I have my opinion. I'm gonna stick to my opinion,
You can
and
have
I
your
just don't want
opinion. No one's here to change your opinion, but your moral compass is shoddy as fuck.
I just don't want them in my country. That's it. That's all.
And then when you went into this ramble about waiters and tellers, if they don't speak English, or better yet, you went as far as to say they need to speak clear English. You put all these standards and requirements on people just because they're different from you. I think that's extremely problematic, and I think that's the complete opposite of what this country should be, or all the things that make this country great.
Well, we'll give him some time and see what else he has to offer us.
Yeah, hopefully he doesn't touch
Yeah,
any more
boy.
kids in the meantime. Appreciate you coming up, though. Jesus Christ.
That was mean. That was mean.
Whew, that was rough, guys. Was I polite? Do you guys think I was polite? I feel like I was pretty polite.
Why did you call him a PDF, bro?
I feel like that was awfully polite. A little bit nicer than I typically am, but oh my god. Woo! Guys, we have 353 people in the live. Make sure you're double tapping the screen. You guys know the drill. We've been live for about 30 minutes. We're not even at 50K. Let's get up to 75. 75K likes. 75K likes. Do all of the good things. If you haven't sent your daily heart, make sure you do that. Give me a second to read this off before I get to you, pal. W's in the chat to Miss Donna on the tube side for the $5 super chat. Hey Hector, Melania can't even clearly read a children's book. I'm born and raised in CA and her opinion sucks. 100% disagree with this caller. Yeah, that was rough. Thank you so much, Miss Donna. Also, I had no idea. Can somebody send me a clip, if you're in the Discord specifically, can somebody send me a clip of Melania reading a book? I'll play it for y'all. I'll play it for y'all. W's in the chat to Miss Donna. W's in the chat to Miss Donna. And W's in the chat to Sean for the $20 super chat. I live in New Mexico, for fuck's sake, and MAGA bitches about people speaking Spanish. They bitch about natives speaking their native tongue. They have the huevos to bitch about things being stolen. You can't make up this shit. Yeah, I mean, by her logic, the people that we literally stole this fucking land from would have to go because they don't speak clear English. What the fuck am I talking about? White people colonized this country, took it from the individuals who actually owned it, robbed them of their languages, brought motherfuckers over here. People from from over here, robbed them of their language, and then said, you got to speak this or you got to go. That's kind of crazy to me. Anyways, big W's to the super chatters over on the tube side. Best ways to support the stream, if you're over here, is going to be links in the bio. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Hector Talks with 2 R's. Just send a thank you if you would like. Let's get back with the conversations. Leroy, did you vote for Trump?
Yes.
Regret your vote?
No, not really.
Why is that?
Because I'm disappointed in a lot of his policies, but I do still think that he's paving the way for white nationalism. I think he has done the most out of all the presidents of the last 40 years to further the cause of white people in America.
It's funny your president says, or you say he's paving the way for white nationalism, which you're 6,000 were correct on. It's funny that he's really selective when it comes to how he fucks with white people versus fucking with other people, specifically when it comes to H-1B visas. When him and Elon Musk were buddy-buddy, then they wanted to spearhead individuals coming here and advancing AI. He really liked the sound of bringing over other people from other countries and other languages to work on our tech. So that's super fascinating. But that actually tracks. White supremacy is very much about utilizing people of color, some of the best and the brightest, and then tossing them by the wayside. So Leroy, I want to ask you a legitimate question. Okay. What did you think was going to happen when you came up here and you said you support Trump for white nationalism? What did you think I was going to say?
I mean, you just made a valid argument. I just wanted to respond to the H-1B thing.
Sure. Well, I'll let you respond, but I really want to know, what did you think I was going to say after you said you support Trump for white nationalism?
I don't know. You're a political live streamer. Well, I'm not a mentalist.
You can't do it like, I mean, maybe make a guess, like, I'm sure you've done this on panel after panel, so I'm sure you've gotten certain reactions. Make a wild guess as to how you think, what you thought my response was going to be.
Usually it diverges into a debate about what the, actually racial basis of America should be. And then, it usually gets into a historical debate. That's like 8 out of 10 cases when I drop this opinion. So
fascinating. Okay. You can go ahead and make your response now.
Yeah, I agree with the H-1B thing, obviously. But nevertheless, he shifted the Overton window in the last 10 years like no other president before. And now people like me who are thinking the things a lot of Americans have fought for years can now openly voice them to some extent. It's all due to Trump. Kind of shattered the left's monopoly on the political spectrum in the United States. Was he the most optimal candidate to do that? I don't think so, but he still paved the way, and therefore I support him.
Not Miss Donna sending me the video of Melania reading the book. Let's fucking go. W's to Miss Donna. Okay, cool. So. You know what? I really want to drop you. I actually really want to drop you, but I'm going to entertain this conversation. The reason why I'm going to entertain this conversation is because I think white supremacy and I think white nationalism is the complete opposite of merit-based. Would you agree?
No.
No? How so?
No. Well, because if we just look at world history, then the civilizations that had the most merit were the ones that are white supremacists, right? Being white is being having merit, right?
Do you
All
think?
The philosophers
Did you just say being white is merit?
Yes, to some extent.
Could you tell me what gene that is?
What do you mean, which gene?
Which gene is the strongest, the merit-based one? Which one is that? Which chromosome? I'm confused.
Wait a second. Did I ever say that it's your genetics that makes you have merit?
So okay, it's not genetic. Got it. You didn't say that. I was just curious because you said whiteness, which we would associate, or you guys often associate with that. Okay, cool. So what about whiteness makes you merit-based? What inherently about whiteness makes you merit-based? I'm curious.
Well, about a society that is majority white, yeah, it produces the people of the highest quality. Yes, you can see that throughout world history.
I love that you're conveniently leaving out how we end up doing that in predominantly white societies.
I don't know.
Can you name me one predominantly white society that came to prominence and greatness by your metrics, because they wouldn't be by mine. My metrics are very different. That didn't do it by colonizing, raping, pillaging, and everything else.
There's no other civilization that can do that. That's
None.
the basis of being a great empire.
That is the basis of being
Just
a
like all the
great
other
empire.
ones.
So that's not merit-based.
Yeah, of course.
Thank you for that. That's not merit-based, my guy. Guess what?
No.
If I
No,
can't
this
compete,
is a
hold on,
skill.
no.
It sounds like a
Listen, hear
skill
me out. If I can't compete with another country and another area without taking their women and raping them and stealing them and robbing them and genociding them, right? If I only can beat them via those means, then I ain't shit. I have to resort to violence. I have to resort to dominating people in order to be the best. That's not merit-based at all. Whatever happened to innovation? Whatever happened to bigger brains, bigger thinking? That sounds like a cop-out, my guy.
No, this is just cope. Pretty cringe cope.
I don't see how this is cope.
It's a skill issue.
I would say the cope is
This is cope.
this is the skill issue.
My people. Yeah,
What I'm saying is the skill issue.
My people-
Check this out.
No,
Let's talk about skill
yeah, if
issues.
my
Let's talk about skill
people
issues.
can make the
Can you
better-
name me the one
Can I
race?
respond here?
I know. Can you name me the one race whose birth rate is declining and has been declining for years? Can you tell me what race that is?
There's multiple races. Asian people.
Asian people's birth rate is declining?
Yes.
Word?
Compared to South Korea.
Word?
Yeah, even worse than Europeans.
Word?
Yeah. Look, yeah.
Cool. Give me a
yeah,
second.
East
I got
Asians,
you,
yeah.
bro.
Yeah,
Are
Korea has the lowest birth rate in the world.
Asian-
So does China also has a very low one. Japan's isn't too bad. Yeah.
Asians.
Birth rates in Asia are declining.
rate
Even India is
declining.
sub-replacement at this point.
Ba 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 ba. The
Bro, I'm
decades following
correct,
well,
don't
the
even-
population repelled with 2.1 children per woman, driven by high cost of raising children, intense educational competition, changing social norms, increased female education, and economic pressures. Some countries are seeing slight temporary upticks due to pandemic-delayed marriages, but it's a long-term trend of severe demographic challenge.
Oh, white
Okay,
men being
got you,
right.
got
Who
you.
would have thought? Oh,
So let me
white
revise
men
my
being
question.
right,
Let
who
me
would have
revise my
thought?
question.
Crazy.
So the number one that would be declining, because you mentioned other ones that are declining, and that's the problem. I asked the wrong
Yeah,
question.
South Korea.
I know. You're correct. I asked the
South
wrong
Korea,
question.
that's right.
So the number one that is declining would be white people. The number one would be white people. And these declines across other communities, right? And due to education and due to expenses, that's actually the number one reason. Makes sense, right? With things being more expensive, it doesn't matter what race you are. Of course, you're not going to have as much children. But white people's birth rate is declining at a crazy rate across the entire world for vastly different reasons, or at least in part, very different reasons. So what's funny about in the United States specifically, where you'd want this white nationalism to be instituted, is that you guys can't keep up with other groups of people who, by your logic, South Asians and other groups, also have declining birth rates. But yours is so bad to where your justification for your supremeness would be to get them out, would be to colonize them, would be to oppress them. That doesn't sound merit-based to me. I'm just saying.
Okay, I never said that, but first of all, the lowest birth rate in the world.
No,
can
I'm
be
the one
found in
who's saying.
South
I'm
Korea,
telling you,
which
it's
is
not merit-based.
okay, sure. Sure. So again, if my people can make the better gun, then it's on you. It's a skill issue. If we have the better
What evidence do
weaponry,
you have to
if we have
support the
bet-
claim that a white person can make a better gun than any other race?
Well, yeah, it's called colonization, right? So the Spaniards came into South America and Mesoamerica. They had all the pew-pews,
What
they
does
had all the
colonization have to do with them being better at making the
swords, all
guns?
the armor. Well, if you're good at extorting, at using
The
violence, you
intelligence,
can
the
just
tools,
conquer.
the skill set, all of those things would be necessary to quote unquote make a better gun. Is information available to any race, correct? Maybe some of that information more so than others because
No.
it's been stolen, because it's been weaponized more against other groups of people. Sure. I'm unaware of anything specific about whiteness that would make you guys better at making the guns versus just having more of the resources and the warmongering to do it.
So you're basically saying we just decided to be the biggest assholes, and that's why we
I
conquered the
mean,
world. No one
quite
else came.
literally. Quite
No one
literally.
else came up with the idea. Cope. This is just really cringe.
Colonization was not created or invented by white people. That's not my argument. You guys just seem to be the best at it, which is an interesting compliment if you want to call it that. Who invented gunpowder? That was a fantastic question by Fax.
The Chinese. The Chinese.
Okay. And can you fire a
Well,
gun
what's-
without it?
No. I mean, probably
Okay.
you can have a different mechanism, but 600 years ago when it was invented, you needed gunpowder.
Okay. What is the mechanism now? Did it
No, I said
change
you
from
could
gunpowder?
I think you're not understanding what I'm saying. I'm
Understand
saying
exactly
you
what
could
you're saying.
theoretically, no, you could theoretically use a different way of shooting a projectile
what?
like that. But 600 years ago,
Like what?
you could probably have an electric device, but 600 years ago you needed to have gunpowder, and the Europeans, they took that from the Chinese, and then they created the first handguns. So the Chinese had gunpowder.
So the Chinese
but
are the
didn't really
reason
have-
why, in part, the Americas and other warmongering countries have the military power that they do. And to be clear, even our most advanced military here in the U.S. still very much utilizes gunpowder over anything else for their weapons. So there's that.
I know. I just wanted
So,
to be
thank you,
precise in what I
Chinese.
was saying. Okay, so yeah, the Chinese are also a pretty great civilization. I never denied that. So,
But you're the best, right?
well, what's the problem with me thinking that I'm the best? For example, you're a black
Because
man.
it's not
If you say you're a-
merit-based.
Okay, wait a second. Can I just, if you say, I think you're perfectly fine saying that black people are superior to white people. As a matter of fact, I would be worried if you wouldn't say that. It's completely reasonable to think that your people are
Black
superior.
people are
I mean,
superior
you also,
to white people. Interesting.
you should be saying that. I'm not saying
if I
that.
were to ever open my mouth to say something such as black people are superior to white people, it would be based off of particular metrics and not based off their race. Does that make sense?
No, you absolutely don't need. You don't.
Absolutely,
you can just
because
make
I don't
a
believe
subjective
races
claim,
are more superior
No,
than
wait a-
other races solely based off of that
Wait a-
factor. That's fucking crazy. Do you?
You don't need to have an objective fact to support that. You can just say it's subjective. For example, my brother is the best brother in the world for me, right? Because he's my brother.
Okay, I
how my
would not
dog is the
subjectively
best dog in
say
the world for
that
me because
black
he's my
people
dog.
are superior to every other race. because I choose not to
Yeah, but
think with the
I think you're perfectly
mindset
fine.
of the colonizers and people that I call out on a daily basis. Because then that would not make
Do
me
you
much
know that
better than
most?
them.
Hmm?
And by
There
that
were
metric, I
hundreds,
am
if not
better than them.
thousands. Oh, okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much. There were thousands of cultures that thought of themselves as being superior to other cultures, even before they even knew that there was such a place as Europe. The Chinese think of themselves like that. The Jews think of
I
themselves
see
like
y'all's
that.
thank yous. I'll read it
Even
in a second.
Muslims, even though
Okay, yes, yeah, okay. So,
so
so, so,
even
so certain
Muslims
cultures and
argue
whatnot
that.
have a pride about them, right? And they have a way that they go about talking about things. Sure, sure, sure. We all have
Well,
our
they think they're
prides.
superior.
We all have our prides and stuff. But it's a different from saying that to actually believing that a person of Indian descent and a person of Chinese descent, a person of this descent, inherently believe solely based off of their race that they are superior to another group of people.
Yeah, that's literally what the Chinese believe. It's literally what they
I
believe,
don't
and
think
it's like 1.3 billion.
I don't think you're Chinese or you get to speak on behalf of the Chinese people and what they think. Nor would I negate maybe some of the individuals across every single race that would think that. That's not the point. Really quickly, W's in the
No,
chat too.
there's
Feisty for the $20 on Venmo. Got my Hector gear. I love it. Thank you.
Thanks.
Oh, did you get
Thanks.
your gear? Oh, W. Guys, I do sell merchandise. I actually have a piece of it behind me right here. This is the Kamala Would Never hoodie. You may get this and other things available in the link tree in my bio on the Tickety Talk shop. On the Tickety Talk shop, you may get merchandise from the Kamala Would Never, Make 2 + 2 = 4 again, or 10 Commandments collection. Check out all the good things. We got beanies, hoodies, shorts, tank tops. Shit, I was supposed to do I'm working on earrings. I'm actually working on earrings for Kamala Would Never. I think that's going to hit. We have a couple different things. You may get that on the TikTok shop, available in the bio. Also, big W's to Feisty. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. W's in the chat to Charles or Dragon for the $5 cash app from Dragon Lever. Fuck the cult mindset and MAGA. I don't disagree with you. W's in the chat to Dragon. W's in the chat to Dragon. Appreciate your support. W's in the chat to Trisha for the $5. Where is this Yahtzee's accent from? It's a great question. I'm about to ask him. Hey, man, I'm just a messenger. Where's your accent from?
German.
German? This all makes sense. W's in the chat to Sherry for the $5 super chat. Nothing scares a racist more than the idea of being the minority. That is not merit based. I'm telling you. Imagine believing that you would be the minority, and just because you're the minority, you'd be like lesser as a person, or you'd be weaker. That's not very merit based. I don't care how many white people are around me. I will be the best in the room, or I'll be damned. W's in the chat to you. W's in the chat to you, Sherry. W's in the chat to Feisty for the $10 super chat. Women hate this caller. I don't think it's just women. W's in the chat to Sean for the $10 super chat. Like they say, he's not from here. This proves MAGA knows absolutely nothing about their own history. We literally fought a whole war to combat white nationalism. I thought they loved their veterans. What are we talking about? W's in the chat to the donors. W's in the chat to the super chatters. Thank you guys so much for supporting the platform in that fashion. Best ways to support the platform, once again, is going to be the links in the link tree in the bio on the Tickety Talk. If you are one of my moderators on there, please put the link in there and I'll get it pinned. Thank you so much. W's Ari for the ship. The gifts are not popping up on my screen. I have to fix that. I'm reading it over in the chat. Thank you so much, guys. I'm not calling out all of them because I don't see all of them. I apologize. Thank you so much for the gifts. Links in the bio. And then if you're over on the tube side, you may send a super chat. So, German Nazi guy. W's in the chat to Ari for the countdown to Joe gift. I did see that one. Thank you so much, Ari. Big fucking W's to you. All right, German Nazi guy. There's not really much more of a conversation we can have here, but I will be nice enough to give you final thoughts.
Well, obviously, the Americans didn't fight the Germans.
Say that again. I didn't hear you. You said you're muted? I just heard that. Did you say you're muted? What's cringe? No, I'm 27. I don't. That was fun. Apologies, those of you on the tube side. Apologies, those of you on the tube side. The reason why the chat was muted is because we played our kick music. We played our kick music, and when I play that, I can't do it on the tube side because then they'll flag me. So that's why I muted you guys. But I apologize. I apologize. That's just how YouTube works. It's how it has to happen. That was something. That was something. Now, I understand some of you may be upset with me. We should not be platforming these people whatsoever. They're disgusting, blah, blah, blah. And I don't necessarily disagree with you. I will say, I do get a kick out. Maybe I'm toxic. I do get a kick out of listening to them speak because, again, it's the complete opposite of everything that they claim they voted for Trump for. W's in the chat to Erica for the fireworks. W's. Guys, I need to... My gifts aren't properly showing up. I have to read the chat, like on this side, to see that they're there. I'm so sorry. If there's anything that I miss, I apologize. W's in the chat to everyone who's donated so far. W's to you guys. Anyways, I just think it's interesting to pick at their brain because, again, if it's merit-based, like this is what I say all the time. What I do for fields of work or anything else, no undocumented migrant can take my job. I don't look at undocumented migrants to see them as a challenge. You can bring over 16 billion of them, and they're not going to be me. I feel like that would be more of a merit-based, supreme mentality. Instead, with them, it's like we have to protect something. What the fuck are we protecting? What are we conserving? Anyway, what's your name here, person?
It's Ignis. That's my name. Yeah.
Ignis, did you vote for Trump?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I did.
All right. Do you regret your vote?
So. Half and half. A little bit not.
Half and half. Okay. Let's start with this. Give me one thing that you think he's doing really well, and then give me one thing that is giving you that other half of the regret. Also, yeah, what is that? What is that scratching sound? I don't know what that is in your background.
Yeah, I don't think there is one.
It's literally you. There's some weird noise in the background.
Okay. So I think he's doing a good job kind of firing people
Thank you,
up
Dragon.
on the left. Yeah, okay. I just wanted to say Heil Hitler, Sig Heil, and fuck you, nigger. That's all I wanted to say. Yeah, I think nepotism is fine.
You feel better?
I think in group...
You feel better?
You know, yeah, I feel really good. I feel good all the time.
Good for you.
All
How
right,
small is your dick?
Ciao, nigger. Yeah.
Anyway. Chow chow nigger's crazy. It's not funny. It's not funny. I'm sorry. It's not funny. Oh my god. Fuck. We're fine. We're fine. Maybe that's the reason why we shouldn't platform them, because they bring in their friends. I see it now. I get it now. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. We went quickly. Actually, hold up. 3 guests? 1, 2, 3. Every fucking one of them was xenophobic, racist, straight up Yahtzees. Whew. Can I get a Trump supporter that's like at least trying not to look like those things? Because we're not off to a good start here. Did I hear his girlfriend or wife in the background? A scratching noise? Yeah. Maybe his left hand too. Who knows? Wow. What a start. What a start to a live. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't heart your super chat. Thank you so much, Sherry. Let me get that done here. All right, so let's go ahead and do this. Trump supporters, request up in the box. You're the demographic of people that I want to have a conversation with. If you regret your vote, request up. If you do not regret your vote, I especially want you to request up because I really want to hear why. Thank you guys so much for knocking out the finger hearts. Again, I'm having some serious glitches here, so I'm not doing the best job at calling out everyone who donates. Nor do I think my alerts are even working. Are my alerts working? If by any chance you're not following me, top left corner, hit that follow button. We are live every single Saturday at 3 p.m. CST. We are 45 minutes late today because of stuff. Give me a second. So make sure you hit that follow button, and then we are live randomly throughout the week. We do good chats here, good chats here. Sometimes we end up getting people who aren't Nazis. But it looks like one of those times are not going to be today. I can't control the guest box. Thank you guys for the follows. Make sure you send your daily heart me's. If you haven't sent your daily heart me's, make sure you consider joining the team. Become a fan club member. We call each other Hectivist because I'm corny as fuck. We call each other Hectivists. Other people would say Hectuas. Depends on the day. I may entertain it. So consider becoming one of those people. Also, keep tapping the screen. We're going on to an hour live, and we're not at 100K likes. You guys know the drill. 100K likes per hour. 100K likes per hour. If you're over on the tube side, make sure you like the stream on your way in. And remember to call in the number on screen, and that's going to be 737-295-5321. 737-295-5321. While we are waiting on Trump supporters, Miss Donna did show us or send me the video of Melania trying to read a children's book. And I am going to show you guys today what that looks like. Give me a second to pull it up. Moderators, I'm not currently looking at the guest requests. If you see any Trump supporters in there, feel free to let them up. I am playing or trying to find this video here. Here we go. Let me put this up on the screen for you guys. I see a couple of my friendlies in here. W's to my friendlies. W's to my favorite white man facts. My favorite. Window capture. Yes, we're just going to do window capture. I'm going to put it on Chrome, and you guys are about to see it. Let's hear Melania Trump reading a book to children. Because ooh, what the fuck? What the fuck? Okay. That was weird. My bad. Bring. Hold on, I'm getting it to show up on. Here we go. Let's hear it. Just gonna crop it up, get you guys a good size. Tube side, you'll be able to hear it at least. I'm not gonna go through the trouble of trying to show it. All right. Here we go.
So today I will read the book, How Does Santa Go Down the Chimney?
The chimney!
How does Santa do it? How does it work? Does he cinch up his belt? Or shrink himself down to the size of a mouse? Or stretch out like taffy and step in one leg at a time? Maybe Santa can turn into fire, but probably not. Does he go head first? Or feet first? Or neither? Does Santa ever get stuck partway down and need one of the reindeer to give him a kick?
Let me be clear. The only reason I find that funny because of who she's married to and because Trump supporters contradict their own selves when they shit on people who sound like that, who don't align themselves with the president. That's the only reason I find this funny. I don't think it's okay to laugh at how people pronounce things, especially if they're not, English-speaking native-born people. I don't approve of that at all. I think we can laugh with them, but I think it's another thing to mock them. However, I find that shit hilarious because Trump supporters don't keep the same energy when it comes to Melania. They didn't when it came to her residency. They don't when it comes to how she speaks and everything else. Keep it consistent. That's all I ask. Keep it consistent. Shiminy. Alrighty, guys. Once again, Trump supporters request up in the box or call in the number on screen, 737-295-5321. I've been hearing some very interesting justifications very interesting justifications when it comes to what's taking place in Venezuela. The funniest one to me, which is a bold-faced, blatant bullshit lie from the right, is that the left wants to protect Maduro. The left doesn't give a shit about Maduro. Never have, never will. We were some of the people actually protesting, against them in the election that took place last year. We've been the people who've been the loudest about, it's Maria Machado. What's her middle name? Give me a second. What's her middle name? Maria something Machado? I want to make sure I'm getting it right. Y'all know how I am about names. Maria Corina Machado. Yes, okay. They don't give a fuck about her. Do you think Donald Trump gives a shit about Maria Machado? Let's be real. Hasn't mentioned her once. Not once. His cited reason for doing what he did had nothing to do with the regime and everything else. It was about the fact that he's allegedly smuggling all these substances into the U.S., which we still are waiting for more definitive proof of. Yes, we have had, if I'm not mistaken, we had a warrant out for his arrest for some time. And then we had like a bounty on him. I'm not sure like what happened there, why it was postponed, all those other good things. But clearly the fact that he's the sitting president of a country may have impacted some of that. Maybe just a thought. He's threatening Mexico, Cuba, and Colombia now also. Yeah. But let's not sit here and act as if Donald Trump cares about freeing the Venezuelan people. Better yet, let's not sit here and act about that Maduro being taken out of the equation means that Venezuelans are good now. Hey, he's gone. They're good. We don't know what's coming next. We don't know what his vice president is going to get up to. We don't know who's going to rise in the next election because they're not fixing the actual election problems, right? We have no idea. And I don't think we have much to worry about. Quite literally, the man said, verbatim, President Hexeth is fucking diabolical. Quite literally, the man said, we are going to run it. We are going to run Venezuela. We're going to run Venezuela, and they're going to oversee the transition. To my black people, to other people of color, specifically to my black people, talking to my people. We have a very interesting relationship with that word oversee, don't we? We have a very interesting relationship with that word oversee. So whenever America talks about overseeing something, I don't know, man. KRS told us exactly. I wish I can play it. Tube is so anal, bro. I would be playing so much music if it wasn't for the Tube side. But yeah, I do also want to address some misconceptions even on the left. I've heard some very interesting talking points. A lot of them are bullshit. One, just in case there's anyone who doesn't understand what's taking place, Maduro's a piece of shit. Please remember Maduro's a piece of shit. So we really don't care what happens to him. His wife, I don't know. But Maduro's a piece of shit. When it comes to shit, was it Colombia? Yes. When it comes to Colombian troops, after the attack or the strikes late last night, going to Venezuela, that wasn't to go fight the U.S. I actually heard somebody make this argument earlier. Stop that shit. It wasn't to fight the U.S. or anything like that. They're simply there to secure their border and be prepared for the humanitarian aid that's necessary. That's the only reason they're there. They're not beefing with, they are beefing, but they're not they haven't made any comment about the act of what we did to Maduro being illegal or lawful or anything like that. They're only going to the border to secure their side and help with humanitarian aid. That's it. Because I heard someone going, yeah, they're going over there to address it. No, they're not. Please stop. There was also some videos that's been going around of Venezuelans celebrating. And yes, you're going to see videos of Venezuelans celebrating in the U.S. Florida has been going off. I believe some people in California. I saw one I may have seen one in New York. Don't quote me on it. I don't remember. But specifically the one that I also saw was a guy saying that it was happening in Venezuela. I personally have yet to see a video of Venezuelans celebrating. I'm not saying it's not happening. I haven't seen it because someone fact-checked them in the comments and showed that it was an AP News article that showed them in Chile. And that's where they were celebrating. Yes, Venezuelans misplaced by Maduro who ran from the country because of his regime in other areas are happy because they believe they're going to get to come back. I hope that's correct. So let's just be a little bit more accurate, guys. Let's be a little bit more accurate when we're talking about this. The definitive talking points and the facts of the information is that the man who ran off with no new wars is very quick to start some shit. Very instigating. And of course, he just had to wait 3 days into the new year to do it. Because, you know, he seemed to be losing in other departments, such as Epstein, such as rising prices of things, such as tariffs. So why not make yourself look like a hero to another country? Mind you, these are the same people who claim America first. So while we're using taxpayer dollars, I'll get into this in a bit, actually. While we're using taxpayer dollars to go abroad to go relieve people, people here are starving. Healthcare costs is about to go up because of the ACA subsidies with no proper replacement. Trump RX is not going to be a fucking thing that's going to stop corporations from jacking up their prices or lowering them even, or just deciding to lower them. And back to my point in regards to the tax-paying dollars, there's been a lot of people going, this is not what I want my money to go towards. This is not what I want my money to go towards. This is a horrible thing, blah, blah, blah. How can they justify this? It's easy. It's very easy. They can justify this because of the money we're about to make with oil. If I'm not mistaken, correct me if I'm wrong. I see my smart people in the chat. Venezuela is not the sitting on the largest oil reserves in the world. It's like one or top three, some shit like that. If I'm not mistaken, it's the number one, sitting on the largest oil reserves in the world. So in their mind, in Trump's mind, and it's smart technically, we don't have to worry about what we're going to be spending to do this because we're about to go get that money right back. They can justify this purchase. They have the reasoning for it. But again, it's what comes afterwards. It's the quality of oil that's a concern. 17% of the world's supply. 17% of the world's supply is diabolical. It is the top. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you. They're right behind us. They have 17% of global oil. Yeah, we just have a lot more exports. They keep theirs. We do export some of ours. Thank you, Joey, for the hearts. I appreciate you. I don't think there's anything in the gift gallery. Knock that out New Year's. So I appreciate you guys for sending all your good gifts. Thank you guys so much. Do have to read off two thank yous here. W's in the chat to Shauna for the $15 Venmo. W's in the chat to Shauna. W's in the chat to Shauna. Appreciate your support. And W's in the chat to Trish for the $5 Venmo. Can you talk on how wartime feeds military numbers in GOP votes? We recruit in poor communities that are primarily POC. Then we leave vets to fend for themselves. W's in the chat to Trisha. W's in the chat to Trisha. Appreciate your support. We will talk about that in a moment. And there actually may be people that be a bit more experienced in those GOP administrations than I am. So you're more than welcome to request up, actually, since we don't have any Trump supporters in the box. But best ways to support the platform, guys, is going to be the links in the link tree in the bio on the Tickety Talk, Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, Hector Talks with 2 R's or Hector Pal with 2 O's and 2 R's. If you're over on the Tube side, you'll be calling the number on the screen. That's going to be 737-295-5321. I just transitioned into the guest part. Super chat. If you want to support on the Tube side, you may send a super chat. I need a script. But yeah. So I was alive for Afghanistan. I was alive for 9/11. I was 3 years old. But I don't remember a lot of stuff from that, right? Everything I know from that time would be coming from what I read, what I've heard from other educated people who specifically experienced that when they saw the buildup to that event. And by buildup, obviously, it was just an outrageous random attack, but more so the justification that happened during and afterwards for what we did. And I just think it's funny, the correlations that you can make. It's almost like we've been through this before. It's almost like history is just repeating itself. Thank you guys for the journeys. I appreciate you. So it's like, I just meant GOP unifies around patriotism. They were losing votes. War brings conservatives. That's true. For example, I will speak on what I do know. More accurately do know. We didn't go through Congress to do these strikes, right? I'm not going to lie. I don't think the Trump administration think this is going to turn out to be a war. I actually don't think they believe this is going to be a war. Personally, my personal opinion, I could be wrong. I think ultimately they saw Venezuela as easy picking because what chances are they really going to push back against other places outside of like Iran, right? People who are struggling in that department. So I don't think that it was going to, that they think there's going to be any kind of crazy retaliation. I think there's a chance of it, and they're supposed to be, they're supposed to accurately assess that chance. But here's the issue. Say it was to happen. Would Congress be able, after other countries start attacking us, attacking our bases abroad, so on and so forth, would Congress then be able to vote and say no war? You bypass them now to commit this act that could lead to one, right? As it sits right now, we don't know what's going to happen. You bypass them because chances are you understood that they were going to say no, and rightfully so. So you bypass them. Now, if we end up in a war, Congress has no choice but to approve of it because we have to defend the U.S., right? And this is the game of this fucking administration. Thank you so much, Shauna. This is the game that you guys play. We're going to do things first and ask questions later because by the time it comes to if some shit pops off and we have to respond to it, no one can say no to us responding to the violence. No one can say no to us defending our homeland. So it's like start shit. So by the time they respond, no one can say we have to take the peaceful route. This is a game, bro. These people, they're stupid, but they're not. When it comes to war, they know how to galvanize the masses. They know how to galvanize their base, as the one person stated earlier. Conservatives can come together when it comes to war. We haven't officially been at war since World War II. Exactly. And you know what? I'll tell you what. I've heard Trump supporters say this time and time again. When's the last time that we saw everyone in the country together? This is how they phrase their question. When's the last time we saw everyone in the country come together? And their answer oftentimes is 9/11, right? So what better way to look at such a divided Congress and Senate, to look at all the dissenters, Republican dissenters from their administration and bring them together, but to defend our homeland, which would be easy to do if we had people striking us after we start shit. And notice how Republicans all over TikTok now are talking about Venezuela. Not a single peep about the Epstein files. Not a single peep about all the photos that were released, additional flight logs, the extra, what was it, 5 million? 5 million pages of documents that they're trying to assess now. Everything's hush-hush. Everything's quiet. No one cares about protecting children anymore. Interesting. It was all the rave when it was Bill Clinton. It really mattered when it was Bill Clinton. But then when more and more came out, that Trump is a lot more involved and knowledgeable than he let on. When Bill Clinton, through a spokesperson at least, came out and made a statement, said, hey, what do you have to hide? Release everything, including with my name on it. People got really quiet. It's fascinating. I don't think they're interested in uniting the country. He has too much to lose if people unite. Well, it's uniting that we're talking about, or what they're uniting around, right? That's more so what I'm talking about. Like, this country will ultimately never really be united with all our differences and everything else, especially with people like Trump instigating certain differences in regards to diversity, so on and so forth. But what we can get behind is protecting our own asses. We can justify and get behind protecting our own asses. That's more so what I'm talking about when it comes to uniting, because that's what happened during 9/11, right? The innocent American civilians and others that were unalived, everyone said this can't happen again. And granted, there were people during that time, I would argue Republican and Democrat from what I've been reading, that called out how this can be used to commit atrocities, how this can be used to justify the war that we recently got pulled out of. But no one wanted to listen. The powers that be did it. Why they did it. Live is glitching? Hold on. I don't know why it's doing that. Give me a second. Yeah, we do have to work on getting the new computer. Why does Studio hate you? Is it good now? How are we doing? It's glitching for me too. Not anymore. Hold on. You know what's crazy? Literally any live where I get more gifts than another, it will start to lag. It's kind of annoying. It's actually really annoying. I have a black screen. It's showing up for me. Tube side is fine. The studio is just being a pain in the butt. God damn it. After you're gonna die crazy all the yeah, I'm trying to see what I can do. To fix it. It's the audio. So can you see me? I see the screen. It's the audio. It's white supremacy. I'm looking. Hold on. So let me check my audio here. Da da da. Oh, it is glitching. It should be good now. How is it now? For me, it's audio and video. Try leaving it coming back, because the video is showing up fine for me. The video is now fine for me. I don't know about the audio, though. Glitch talk still, it's the audio. Fucking A. All right, give me a moment, y'all. Give me a moment. Let me see what I can fix here. Let me see what I can fix on my end. Because I think it's... Oh, yeah. It's not even studio. It's the entirety of my computer that actually just started slowing the fuck down. God damn it. It's always something, y'all. It is always something. Restart, maybe? It's my computer, though. It's my computer that's slow. I'm trying to close up some things. That's the problem. Give it a moment. Give it a moment, and let me see what I can do here to clear up some stuff. Did I restart before I started the live? I don't think I did. I closed the app and reopened. It's still glitching for me on audio. Specifically audio, because I'm on my other phone, and it's showing up clearly. Now my audio's good. Specifically audio, because I'm on my... Okay, I think it worked itself out. Appreciate y'all. Don't worry. We're going to be getting the new computer in the next couple of weeks. We're going to have to, actually. Because I'm trying to stream to a third platform, and this is at random. Every single TikTok Studio update fixes one thing and screws up another. So, that's the issue. But I think we're good now. Thank you guys for checking in on that. Appreciate you. But yeah. All the money that we're going to spend in these events. And then I would also say what was super interesting about the press briefing conference, whatever you want to call it, that I watched earlier today. That's in part why I was late. I was busy in the Venezuelan stuff. And then my computer started acting up, which probably the reason for this. But what's super interesting about what they said was that they've been planning this for months. On one hand, I would hope that if we're carrying out these orders and actions, that we would be planning it, right? Sure, great. But yeah, this has been in the cards. I'm super curious to see if he was thinking about this from the campaign trail. That's what I want to know. I want to know, has this been in the cards since before he won the election? I want to know how far back he planned this. Was this in the last couple of months as some last-ditch effort to not only appear stronger on the new year, but to help when it comes to financial resources, because tariffs and everything else have been threatening that? I'm super duper curious. I don't think he thinks that far back, to be completely honest. I think this is something that started mid this last year. I keep forgetting it's 2026. Mid last year. I think that's when this started, personally. Obviously, this is a theory. My theory is that this started mid last year. In fact, I'm surprised he even took the months to do it. In fact, that probably wasn't him. That was probably his administration that cautioned it. He was told to do it. Ooh. I see what you're saying. So, one... I think his Secretary of State has one hell of an influence on the man, is ultimately running the show there. I think Hegseth is one hell of a person that is also playing a huge role in some of these actions. And he's finding his ways to spin it. Every time I hear Hegseth talk, it's so aggravating because he just gives overcompensating. I have to look as the biggest, meanest, baddest person. And I'm going to word everything in this perfect way. Hegseth is gross. Absolutely gross. W's in the chat to Sean Green for the $10 super chat. I've said this on other creators' lives. I will repeat it here. Come on, quote, big tough MAGA alphas, end quote, walk the walk. Back your man's move and enlist infantry tomorrow. Hypocritical lying cowards. Sean said, I'm going to say what I want and fuck you. One thing I love, I don't know how many of you guys know Mermaid. If you don't know Mermaid, make better decisions with your life. Mermaid started this thing where when she's talking to Trump supporters, who is like justifying all of his actions, she will she will get on her other phone. She will call a local recruiting office. And then she would have the local recruiter speak to the MAGA on screen. And she'll be like, if y'all want to justify all these actions, sign up. And I couldn't agree more. The No New Wars people, in my personal opinion, are super quiet. And the reason why they're leaning on the freedom of the Venezuelan people argument is because they know that's going to be appeal to people on the left who are more empathetic, right? We're more humanizing, let's be real. They know we're appealing to that base, and it's going to be hard to dance around that. So that's why they're basing it off of that argument. But in some cases, I've heard one or two people so far straight up go, we just need their oil. We want their resources. Fuck it. I can appreciate that take a lot more because it's honest and that's what it's about. But it's always, how can we make our defense of Trump closer to the left so that way the left can't cry about it? You guys notice that? You guys notice that? Like when it comes to protecting children, they advertise themselves to be protectors of children. So then they'll go, what about the undocumented criminals that are unaliving kids? What about Lake and Riley? Okay. Well, we're just going to use that as a scapegoat. One undocumented migrant that committed that heinous act, and maybe the few others over the course of the last few years who've done it, versus the yearly policies or attempts of Republicans to cut children's funding to school lunches, to what's happening in Minnesota right now. Children in Minnesota right now, their daycare, their childcare options are being threatened, if not straight up cut at this point. I have to double check because I think they said it. I don't remember if they actually cut it by the Trump administration because of alleged fraud that's taking place. Mind you, the fraud has already been tried and prosecuted. Feeding Our Futures, Amy Bach, she's been serving time. That's already done. Some of the Somalians involved, they're already got justice. But because a stupid fucking YouTuber wanted to go around Minnesota to child daycare centers, specifically the ones that are being run by non-white people, if you guys haven't noticed, and frame this whole narrative of they don't let me in to see random people's children, they're committing fraud. He halted the funding nationwide. Minnesota has to do additional verification. So yeah, already halted. There you go. Thank you so much, Erica. There you go. So now, people are going to suffer amidst this halt. We're doing this thing where we have no evidence whatsoever to back the claims that we have, but we're going to act on as if we do. And then if it turns out everything is fine, then you'll be fine. But it's the people in the meantime, between time that suffer. That's not America first to me. And we know what this is about. This is about Ilhan Omar. This is about hurting the Somalians in Minnesota, because if I'm not mistaken, they are not the largest group. Minnesota has the largest Somali population of the country. That part is true. That's what this is about. But again, every way that he wants to try and hurt undocumented migrants hurts Americans. That's the part that I don't think Trump supporters understand. Everything he does to try and hurt them hurts you too. Living in your trailer, living in your one-bedroom apartment, living in your one-story home even, that you paid way too much money for. If shit hurts you too, if it's not immediate, it's long-term. There's a reason why those of us on our side of the aisle advocate for the things we advocate for. Because we're also protecting ourselves. And yes, we just so happen to have a heart and soul for other people who aren't pieces of shit like your sitting president. Guys, double tap the screen. Let's get the likes up to 175K. We're about an hour and a half in. Let's get the likes up to 175K. You guys know the drill. TikTok loves the engagement, so make sure you continue to engage, do all the good things. I am seeing some gray outs in the chat, which is actually crazy. Send your daily heart me if you're already a fan club member. If you're not, consider becoming one today. If you're not following me, top left corner, hit that follow button. We are live every single Saturday at 3 p.m. CST and randomly throughout the week doing all of these good things. I do have a video out that I put up. I finally, I've been talking about this for weeks, posted a video of when we went MAGA hunting. Those of you who are unfamiliar with that. Got the idea to go MAGA hunting. Obviously, we go onto MAGA panels, but I got the idea to stream it and show it here. Got that idea a couple months back, and we started doing it. It was supposed to be every Sunday, but then the spaces have been weird, so now we're just doing it occasionally. But I finally uploaded our first clip of one of the people that we debated. God bless you. And it was embarrassing for him. Very embarrassing for him. It is a longer video, and I know the algorithm's going to kill it because of that. It's about 7 minutes, but I couldn't think of any ways to shorten it without like getting the full picture. So that's going to be uploaded to Tube probably when I'm done after the live. Those of you on the Tube side, you will get to see it too. But as of right now, it is just on the Tickety Talk side. So if by any chance you're on your way out or you want to take a break, come back when I have an op, you can just go to my profile and watch that latest video. It was a show. It was a show. In fact, I didn't do it yet, but there's a key element in that segment, in that episode, that I'm going to add to our soundbite. It involves keys and tapping. It's going to be fucking hilarious. Fucking hilarious. Thank you guys for almost clearing out the Journeys goals. 15 more of those to knock it out. 15 more of those to knock it out. Thank you for setting your heart meanwhile. Continue to do that. If you're over on the Tube side, what's up, Tube? W's to my moderators over there because they run the Tube side. I don't do shit on Tube outside of read the super chats. So appreciate everyone who looks out on that side. Make sure you like the stream on your way in and on your way out. Subscribe. Hit that subscribe button and hit that notification bell button, and that way you'll know every single time I'm live. Wow, what should we do? I don't want to do a restart. I hate doing a restart. What do you guys think? His fake typing? He was just hitting keys? You know, I thought that too, Shauna. I thought that too. Because the fact that he literally said verbatim. Actually, I'm not going to spoil the video. But yes, I thought that too. If you guys want to know what we're talking about, go watch the video. Thank you, Fax, for the journeys. I appreciate y'all. W's in the chat to Phil for the $2 Venmo. I think this is his way to explore how to remain in power. How so? When we say how to remain in power, thank you, Phil. W's in the chat to Phil. W's in the chat to Phil. Links in the bio. Best ways to support. How so? Are we saying kind of like the other person in the chat in terms of galvanizing his base? Is that what we're talking about? In which case, I would say yes. Are we saying if he appears himself to be the hero of Venezuela, that will help him in midterms, enacting wartime powers? Yeah. It's Epstein, Russia, and Israel. What's funny, Facts, is that I thought we were sitting on a bunch of oil. I thought we had more than enough oil, and Biden just was not touching it because he wanted the blue-haired, pierced lips to worry off of wind power. That's what I thought. We have all this oil here. Why aren't we fucking with it? The last I saw is that we did see, and let me double check this because y'all know I try to be accurate. We did see an expansion of, there was some recent ruling in regards to Alaska and drilling. Let me find it again. Aha! I'll show it to y'all. I will show it to y'all. This has been a battle that's been going on for years now, probably decades. And it looks like they got a win. Drill, baby, drill. Exactly. It looks like they got a win, y'all. And this was October. Let me put it up to the screen. Put that, crap all that out. Turn it on this side. Great. You guys can read alongside with me. What is this? Move. I do not want to accept your cookies. A large swath of the Arctic National Wildlife Refuge will soon open for drilling, the Trump administration announced today. And by today, this was October the 23rd. For too long, many politicians and policymakers in D.C. treated Alaska like it was some kind of zoo or reserve. It is. Not the zoo part. That was a stupid thing to say. And that, somehow, by not empowering the people or having even the slightest ability to tap into the vast resources, was somehow good for the country or good for Alaska. Secretary of the Interior Doug Burgum said during an Alaska Day event. Fuck Doug Burgum. He's so stupid. As of July 2025, Alaska ranks 6th in the nation for crude oil production. The news is the latest in a saga involving the ANWR, which in total spans 19.6 million acres. The 1.5 million acres to be open for drilling represent the coastal plain of the refuge. The 1980 Alaska National Interest Lands Conservation Act, which created most of the state's national park lands, included a provision that no exploratory drilling or production could occur without congressional action. Trump first opened the 1.5 million acre coastal plain region for drilling in 2020, but the sale of the drilling leases in early 2021 generated just 14.4 million in bids rather than the 1.8 billion his administration had estimated. So it failed. It failed. On his first day in office, Biden placed a temporary moratorium on oil and gas drilling in the refuge, later going on to cancel the existing leases. W. Biden. Trump resumed his efforts to allow drilling in ANWR early in his second term, though in January 2025, a lease sale attracted 0 bidders. Previously, major banks had ruled out financing such drilling efforts, some citing environmental concerns. Cost is also likely a factor, as the area currently has no roads or facilities. In addition to opening drilling, the Department of Interior also announced today the reissuing of permits to build a road through Izembek National Wildlife Refuge and a plan to greenlight another road. So, essentially, it would cost a fuck ton to start this drilling, and not a lot of companies want to do so. So ultimately, they don't see the long-term investment, I guess, or at least not yet, or at least not as of when this was posted, or January, actually. Today's Arctic Refuge announcement puts America and Alaska last, said Eric Grafe, an attorney for the environmental law nonprofit Earth Justice, in a statement. The Gwich'in people, most Americans, I think that's how you pronounce it, and even major banks and insurance companies know the Arctic Refuge is no place to drill. However, or in contrast, Voice of the Arctic Inupiat, I'm just going to say Voice, I don't know how to pronounce that, a nonprofit dedicated to preserving and advancing North Slope, that word, cultural and economic self-determination, released a statement on Thursday in favor of the policy shift. Developing ANWR's coastal plain is vital for Kaktovic's future, said Nathan Gordon Jr., mayor of Kaktovik, an Inupiat village on the northern edge of ANWR. Taxation of development infrastructure in our region funds essential services across the North Slope, including water and sewer systems to clinics, roads, and first responders. Today's actions by the federal government create the conditions for these services to remain available and for continued progress for our communities. That's always a caveat, isn't it? Yeah, we can tax it. Yeah, it can be this good, but at what cost? If it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? And let's see. Yeah, they plan to reinstate the 2021 releases. That's expected. That's expected. So, I guess Alaska isn't enough. I guess that 1.5 million more acres still isn't enough. It's a good as fuck video. Thank you, Erica. Thank you. It literally took me 10 hours. No, it didn't. Hold on. 2, 11, 8 or 9. It took me about 8 or 9 hours to make that stupid fucking video. And I still have to fine tune it this morning. But yeah. That's what we have going on. It looks like we may have to do a restart. We may have to do a restart, guys. The Trump supporters are running. So we're going to do one last call before we do the restart. Start. Trump supporters. I know you're here. Where's your arguments? Where are you guys at? Request up in the box. Let's have a chat. Or you may call in the number on screen, those of you on the tube side. Thank you, Samantha. 737-295-5321. That's 737-295-5321. Another thing I've noticed Trump supporters are no longer talking about is Russia. Russia and Ukraine, and the fact that that peace deal doesn't seem to be moving along the way that they want. The Trump administration is coming out day after day after day, and they're saying it's moving. But then Russia and Putin quite literally is going, we need more concessions. If Ukraine doesn't do this, we're about to fuck them up even worse. And all Zelensky is asking for, literally the bare minimum, is security guarantees. What's to say I signed this deal? What's to say that they don't come attacking us 10, 20, 30 days later? I believe the 28-point plan, which has now gone down to 20, did put a time frame on when they couldn't attack. And if I'm not mistaken, it was 30 years, which is kind of ridiculous to me. But whatever, it's a start. I don't know. I tried inviting one. He declined. Oh, yeah. Let's be clear. The decline in Trump supporters being able to defend this man is very much summarized in the fact that they regret their vote. A lot of them regret their vote, even if they don't know how to say it with their full chest, even if they're not fully feeling that way. There's been several things that this administration has done that have given Trump supporters, even Trump supporters, the ick. Several things. I know because I've talked to them. And another thing, I have a burner account. I'm not going to say on what platforms and how I go about this information. I'm not going to say it. But I'm in certain spaces where I listen to them, right? And let's just say, are they very much the cult that we say they are? Kind of, yes. But, okay, I'll say it like this. Ultimately, yes, they are the cult because it doesn't seem like no matter what he does, they're just going to go with it because they think it serves their interests. Their hatred for certain people and their hatred for the left is ultimately going to supersede their beefs with the president. Does that make any sense? No, but intelligence. However, boy, do they whine and gripe about it. In some shit that I've never even heard them say in like these spaces, they will say with their full chest in there. I remember even hearing, I'll just say this one part. I remember even hearing a Trump supporter go ahead and say, when it came to Charlie Kirk, and they said that the way that the Trump administration is going about the unaliving of Charlie Kirk is dangerous because it is threatening the free speech of even the people I disagree with. It is using this one tool as a justification to usher in some problematic behaviors and policies. We saw HR 883. No. Hold on. That's for Israel. Give me a second. Shit. What was the... Do we guys remember the thing in Congress where basically all the Democrats, for the most part, most of the Democrats condemned like the unaliving of Charlie Kirk, which I'm not saying that wasn't necessary. Obviously, we condemn political violence, but I would have negotiated better to add in Melissa Hortman and several other individuals that had their lives threatened. We know Zoran Mamdani had his fair share of threats. I've covered the one here in Texas by a man named Jeremy Fiscal. No one wanted to condemn that. Trump supporters don't condemn political violence when it's on the opposing side. It's funny to me. It's almost like you guys want your enemies gone and you're kind of okay with how Trump's been going about silencing them. Just a thought. Okay, he was definitely just clicking the keys for the fun of it. Mind you, what's in that video, Mel? I shortened it. I wanted to put all of it, but it was too long. I just shortened it. Any cases, I think we're going to have to go ahead and do that restart, guys. Tube side, stick around. You're doing just fine. We're just going to do the restart on my side here of the tube side. So those of you who are in here currently, feel free to come back. If you're not going to come back, that's okay. You want to see me for another conversation, hit that follow button. We have good conversations here, typically when they have balls. I'll tell you what, Mel. What time is it? 5:22? Feels wrong ending a live before I hit the 2-hour mark. We'll come back. And Mel, when we come back, whenever we end, if you want to do the readings, we can do that. I'm sure some people will be interested in that for the new year. We can do that when we come back. So tube side, stick around. TikTok side, we're going to do a quick restart. I will be back in less than a minute, most likely, but that will give you time to go watch, comment, like, share my new video, because I think it's fucking good. And if you think it's ass, you can tell me. It's okay. I'll probably delete the message. I'm just kidding. Go watch my latest video. We will be right back, guys. We will be right back. Gonna do a restart. Alrighty, let's go ahead and get this going here. Here is 1:30. Blah blah blah. How's everyone doing on the tube side? Tube side. I hope I'm not missing any messages from my mods. I'll double check. I will double check. We still got to get another monitor to make a lot of this easier to navigate. But I appreciate every last one of you on the tube side who keep this show going. You guys are amazing. Excuse me. You guys are amazing. So let me get this started back up. Notice speed. Okay. And we are back. We are back on the tube side. I will take a moment just to go over here. It's hilarious. Trump arresting Maduro for criminal crimes. You know what? We're going to get back into that arrest and why it's so problematic in a moment. I have no one to share cookies with, but we're surviving. What's your favorite cookie? Planning on being the same asshole in 26 as I was in 25. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. If you thought I was annoying in 2025, you're not getting any relief in 2026. I don't know what else to tell you. If you thought I was annoying in 2025, rest assured, you will be getting no relief in 2026. I promise you, I am only going to get worse. I promise you, I am only going to get worse. Welcome back in, everyone. You guys know what to do. Do the things. Do all the taps. Do all the taps. Because I would say we have about 36 more minutes at least. And if we don't get action in that time, we'll go ahead and end at 6 on the hour. Different times for y'all. And get into some other stuff. But yeah, Trump supporters, they have been on a wave today, haven't they? Welcome, everyone. Welcome, everyone. Welcome back to Defend the Indefensible.
Hi, what's up?
Defend the Indefensible. This is the show where we ask Trump supporters to come up and do, I guess, what they do best. But our specific segment today is Trump supporters regret your vote. I think there's a large portion of people that have, and there's a large portion of people who haven't. That's perfectly fine. We're here to explore why and why have you not today. Starting with the first guest down here. Fabio, you vote for Trump.
Of course I did.
Okay. I don't know why you say of course. I have no idea who you are. Regret your vote?
No, I do not regret my vote.
Why is that?
Because there is no reason to regret my vote.
None? None whatsoever.
Well, it depends in one context. If we are gonna talk about the election, Kamala or Biden or whatever, Democrat Party, whoever from them, and Trump,
I don't
of
know why you're
course,
talking
Trump
about
by
Biden.
miles. But I always know that in America, left wing versus right wing are the wings of the
The
same
way
bird.
you said that put doubt in my brain. So, are you in the United States?
Right now, I'm not in the United States.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes, I am.
Born here? Raised here?
No, I was not born there, but I was raised there.
Were you naturalized?
Yeah.
Okay. Where are you at currently?
I'm in Italy,
What state do you reside in the United States?
in California.
What time is it in California?
I think it's 9 hours behind on my timeline. So right now it's midnight in Italy. So in California it's like, I think 3, 4, 3:30, something like that.
I think you're a Russian bot, but it's fine.
Yeah, but why? Why do you ask me those questions?
Oh, because there's a bunch of like international maggots that like to come up on these panels and argue American politics despite having no influence or impact on it. And I think it's really funny. But sure, you got those questions right. I'll entertain this. So
Of course, we love, in Italy they love Trump.
yeah, sure. So your regret for your vote would be based off of you, right? No one else. So, or it should involve everyone else. But we're going to start with you. What has he done that warrants your continued support for him?
Well, when I support him always when it comes to the other side, Democrat Party.
Can you substantiate your
support
support for
Trump.
Donald Trump without pointing the finger at the other side? Because every time you do that, it leads me to believe that
Well, I can't.
your
That's the
basis of
problem.
voting
Yeah,
for Trump is based off of your hatred of the other side, which is quite embarrassing. I
No,
can
I do not
substantiate the
know.
reason why I support the Democratic Party without ever mentioning Trump.
Yeah, I do not hate no one. It's just I should never allow them to come, the Democrat Party to come to power.
Oh my!
So I have Trump. But if you ask me personally, I hope that in few years, Nick Fuentes is gonna gain popularity, and I will vote for him.
1 second. You call Trump supporters names, dude. Are you a bitch? I'm sorry that bothers you. Back to you. Again, can you substantiate why you have a continued support for Donald Trump without mentioning the other side?
I do not have a support for him. That's what I'm trying to tell you. because he's gonna put Israel first. Always is gonna be like
So you
that.
so
Even
you
this
so
thing
you
with
didn't vote
Venezuela-
for something, you voted against something.
Exactly.
So you're a baseless voter.
No, I'm a voter to try to save the country at least a bit.
I'm going to substantiate exactly why I say you're a baseless voter. What democratic policy did you vote against?
I didn't vote against a single policy. I
Sure,
voted
I'm asking you to
against
give
them
me
as a
one
whole.
example.
Yeah, gays, immigrant, open borders,
Gays,
globalist
immigrants,
agenda.
and open borders. Okay,
Exactly.
cool. Gays isn't a democratic policy. Open borders is not a democratic policy. So you want to do better than that?
Well, it is. If we look at the 4 years of Kamala also said she would not change nothing that Biden did. So
Incorrect.
I can pull up the video.
Please do.
I mean, you can pull up the video.
I sure can, but you
I'm
started
not
with you
able
can.
I can just.
Then you should have
I
shut the
just can
fuck up.
show
You should have shut it the fuck up then, because you said that, and then now you don't want to pull it up.
Stop chimping out. You can show
No, I'm not
us the
chipping
video.
out. You can show the video. I can't show you something that doesn't exist.
I'm not able to show you the video on my phone.
What?
But you have a laptop in front of you.
That's crazy. So why are you saying it?
Because it's provable. If you go to the laptop right
So
now.
you want
in
to tell
front
me
of
you
all
have
these
one
100
device?
people-
You only have one device?
Yeah, right now I'm traveling, so.
Okay. Cool. So because you
Yeah, go to the
allegedly
computer and
because
show
you
us.
allegedly only have one device and you allegedly cannot actually pull up the video because you only have that one device, I'm just going to go ahead and spoil it for you. Kamala Harris quite literally never ever said that she would not change a single thing from the Biden administration. She was specifically asked what she would do different, and then she said nothing particularly comes to mind. She then backed her record on the good that they did, and then at the end of the interview followed up with one thing specifically. But no, there was no answer saying I would not change anything Biden did. That would be incorrect. That's what you guys took it as, and I will admittedly say that it wasn't the best answer that the American people wanted to hear in that moment, especially the ones who thought Biden was a terrible president. But that wasn't the answer that she gave.
Yeah, but she, as you said, she didn't answer it clearly and nice, and we
She
can
did
take
answer
that
it
into
clearly.
accountability.
She just didn't answer in the best way that you guys wanted to hear. I would
Yeah, and
argue
she said that she would not
if
change much.
someone asking what you would change from the Biden administration, especially with the Republican Party then making it out to be the Biden administration was terrible, so there's a bunch of things that needed to be changed, her then following up with the good that said administration did was a fine answer. More so to a particular base. I don't think it was the broadest enough answer. I don't think it encompassed the Americans who were naysayers. I don't think it was the best answer, but it wasn't a horrible answer.
Okay, I don't agree with you.
Sure you don't. And you still can't substantiate why you voted for Trump without pointing the finger at Democrats, a party that you seem significantly undereducated on.
Well, it's not that I'm not educated. I
Well, you
hate the
opened up
Democrats.
by saying gays and open borders. Oh, I think that was telling.
Exactly, multiple genders and everything. So
Gays aren't multiple genders.
the LGBT community, her support for it.
Okay.
Doesn't matter what is called, gay, genders, whatever the fuck, all that illness, you know.
Fascinating. So, you believe that a country should only include a particular group of people by your definition of what is normal.
When did I say that?
If you don't support the Kamala Harris administration, the Biden-Harris administration, based off of their quote-unquote support for the gays, then that would imply that the gay lifestyle is something that you're against.
Listen, this is gonna be my official statement for you to understand. I don't like the Democrat Party because all of their policies, or a lot of their
You
policies,
literally can't even substantiate
are
one.
things that destroy.
You
are
literally
things
haven't
that
even
destroy the
substantiated
so-
one.
Yeah, are literally things.
You
that destroy
literally
the
have not
society.
substantiated one policy that the Democratic administration has passed or stands on that is destructive to the country. You said gays, which is a group of people, and then you said open borders, which has never been a thing.
Okay, did you finish?
Mm-hmm.
Perfect. So all the things, all the ideas, policies, and everything that were
Oh, the what
destroying
policies?
societies, and the yeah, I will
DS?
tell you
What?
just in a second.
I didn't hear you clearly. You said
What?
DS? What the hell is that? You said something policies. Can you not follow
Well,
up
if
with
you
what you
don't
literally
interrupt,
just said?
like, you will
Oh,
hear
you,
it. So.
do you have that much of a forgetful? It's fuck it. W's in the chat to Sean Green over on the tube side for the $5 super chat. My resolution is to match or exceed some of Miss Crockett's energy. Oh, that's a damn good resolution. W's in the chat to Sean Green. W's in the chat to Sean Green. Appreciate your support. Guys, best ways to support the platforms, particularly if you're over on the tube side, and thank you for the follows, is sending a super chat, or you may head up the links in the description of the video. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. If you're over on the TikTok side, you may check that in my bio, and you may support on those platforms as well. Okay, back to you, Fabo. Policy.
My name is Fabio.
Ah, Fabio. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Got that policy
So,
yet?
as I was saying, all the things they were supporting and thinking and saying are things that divide the society and destroy it.
Like
And
what?
I literally lived. So, we had Kamala, not Biden. She was a
Kamala.
border czar.
She was border czar?
Yeah, we were having every day. Yeah,
Who
we
appointed
were
her?
having every day.
Who appointed her the border czar?
I don't know who appointed her. Doesn't even really matter. She was a
Well, it would.
border
If you're
czar.
going to make the claim that she was a border czar, then you would need to know who appointed her as such. Especially considering this is during a time where border czar wasn't a title in our government.
And what was she then?
Not the border czar. She was the vice president of the United States from 2021
Yeah,
to
what
January
was,
the
yeah,
20th,
she was also
2025.
responsible for the border.
Word? Again,
No, she
who
was
gave her these
responsible.
powers?
Doesn't matter who.
You're
gave
really
her
not helping
these
your
powers.
Russian bot
She was elected by Biden.
argument here. She was elected by Biden. Chat,
She was in control of the border.
tell me if I'm tripping. Tell me if I'm tripping, because I don't think I am. I'm gonna let you guys decide.
Well, kinda you are. So.
We're gonna do a poll. Chat. Smiley face if this motherfucker probably isn't a part of the United States and is lying. Frowny face if he isn't. Smiley face if this dude doesn't know shit about American politics and is probably lying. Frowny face if you don't think he is. I am more than willing to admit that he could just be that stupid and not know anything about our politics. That's the average maggot, right? But I don't know. It's given. I don't know. It's given something. Y'all decide. All right, back to you. When did Joe Biden appoint Kamala Harris as border czar? This is actually something you
Did
can
see it? I
substantiate
said
because you don't need a
something-
video.
I said something else.
What else did you say?
What?
What?
I said that she was a border czar.
Right. So when did Joe
And you
Biden,
started
the
asking
person
me-
who can appoint the person directly under him, the vice president, when did Joe Biden appoint Kamala Harris as the border czar?
Wait a second, I'm gonna show you something.
Are you going to show me when he appointed her the border czar? Yeah, chat thinks you're an international bot. I believe it too. Chat, keep tapping the screen. Let's get the likes up. 251 people in here. Do all of the good things. Hit that follow button if you would like. Send your daily heartbeats if you haven't already. And if you're a Trump supporter, request up in the box, preferably from the United States. You're the demographic of people that I want to have a conversation with. Or you may call in the number on screen, 737-295-5321. We're waiting on Fabio here to show us something. And hopefully that something is literally what I asked for and not some random bullshit. Hey, Brian, you know how I know you're a chicken shit little wimp? Because you're spamming a flag in the chat because you can't articulate why you support Trump up here. Isn't that crazy? Mods, you have my full permission to bully Trump supporters in the chat. Because one thing I don't like are chickens. That's why I couldn't vote for Trump. I couldn't vote for a chicken shit little pimp like Trump. Thank you very much, mods. Appreciate y'all. We don't allow the chirpers in the chat today. W's, Samantha. Jesus, who the fuck is Samantha? I apologize for butchering your name like that. That was rude. Did you find your source, Fabio? How did I say it? Is it Fabio? think it's
I
Fabio.
was not looking. I was not looking for the source. I was doing something else. Yeah, what we were talking about.
You literally
Kamala
said I'm
being
going
the
to show
boarding
you
czar, yeah?
something.
Yeah, I was searching for something else. Doesn't matter. Didn't find
You
it.
quite literally said you're going to show me something.
Yeah, I couldn't. I was not able to find it right now.
What were you going to show me?
Doesn't matter.
No, it does. Because now I'm feeling like you wasted my fucking time. What were you going to show me?
Well, I wanted to show you some numbers and some statements that Joe Biden did. Then I remembered that I cannot show you, and I stopped.
You literally can. It's called green screen. It's an option that you can put up any screenshot on your phone. So, now that you have this information, go ahead and find what you were looking for.
Yeah, I'm not able to show the video.
Oh, you can only find this true information that you have in video? This wouldn't be documented in an article or anything else?
No, I can show you. I can show you pictures.
You can
I'll
show me
you a
pictures.
video.
Oh, crazy. I feel like I literally just said you can use
Screenshots.
photos or screenshots in the green screen feature, not video. So if you were looking for something that wasn't a video, which you just said it was, you'd be able to put it up on the screen to show me.
Yeah, but I said that I was watching for a video.
You just said it was a
Yeah, I only said that I can only show you a picture of the video. Thank God I
You
screen
can
record
only
this-
show me a
this,
picture of the video. What is the claim in the video?
Doesn't matter, as I said.
You know what I think? I think you thought you had some type of gotcha here. I think for one of the first times ever, you actually decided to Google one of your own claims. I think the time you spent teacupping, you found fuck all. Or better yet, you Googled that your claim was incorrect. And that's now why you won't put it up on the screen.
Well, sadly for you, your thoughts are wrong.
I know. I know. So anyways,
Yeah.
how does it feel to be Trump's bitch? Do you often go up on panels and
already
embarrass
told
yourself
you.
the way that you have? Like this is a regular thing for you? Thank you
Well,
guys
I
for the
would not
follows.
think that- Listen, I never said something that's wrong. I never said something.
Oh, you said
that's
several
wrong
things
or
that are wrong, and
embarrassing, so-
the worst part is, you refuse to substantiate your claims. Specifically with the border czar comment, that is something that you don't need a video for. If she was the border czar, you can find several articles, several documents, particularly with our government, of Biden designating her as such or her acting as such. That would be easy to find. You wouldn't need a video for, but instead, you're here bullshitting me, saying it doesn't matter.
Did Biden say also to Kamala that she would need to regular immigration on the triangle
pivoting?
countries?
Are we pivoting now?
No one's pivoting. Don't
No
worry.
one's pivoting?
I mean,
Repeat
listen,
yourself. Repeat
this
your
is the
claims.
thing. You also have
Repeat
to
your
understand,
claim.
I'm not
Yeah,
pivoting
yeah.
because
Repeat
you
your
asked
claim.
me a question and I was
Got you.
making
Repeat
a
your claim. Repeat your claim.
Yeah. Can I repeat the first claim that you started asking questions?
You just said
and
something
interrupted
about
me
Northern
because you were
Triangle,
scared
so
for sure.
focus on that.
Yeah, so Biden he said to
You just have to look that up, y'all.
Kamala would track immigration from the triangle countries.
Track immigration. Okay. Did Biden tell Kamala Harris to track immigration? I'm unaware of the specific wording exactly, nor how, if he did say that, it would make her the... Oh, I don't know what just happened. I didn't kick him. My hands are over here. I didn't kick him. Come back. I didn't kick you. Come back. I love embarrassing you. Here
Yeah,
we
I don't
go.
know.
Welcome back. So I'm unaware of the specific language when it came to how she addressed the North. Is he doing this on purpose? I'll tell you what. Watch this. Watch this shit. Keep fucking playing me. Watch this shit. Great. So as I was saying, I am unaware of the specific language that he spoke in Kamala Harris when it came to tracking migration. Y'all saw it. My hands are here. My hands are here. You fucking twat. Of course he's gonna say it's the mods. Of course he's gonna say it's the mods. Get the fuck out of here, you goddamn troll. Real Trump supporters request up in the box. You're the demographic of people that I want to have a conversation with. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. I get notifications for every single act my mod does, and my mod ain't done shit. Get your fucking ass out of here. You realize you were losing the goddamn argument, and you were trying to find a way out.
Yeah.
I'm about to
What's
substantiate my
MRI
claim,
Honduras?
but they keep kicking me. Yeah. Keep bullshitting.
Yeah, so he said to track immigration from Honduras and Guatemala and one more country.
Okay. I'm going to go with him saying that. Because it was Honduras, Guatemala, and El Salvador. I'm going to go with that specific language that you said. She was tasked with tracking immigration. How would that make her a border czar to have any executive power over stopping immigration?
She had to track it, and then when she would see, not normality, but there is a huge difference between she seeing a problem and other people seeing a problem, because for her having an open border is normal. For us, it's not.
you.
And
Love
she
how he
could
couldn't
have
make any
spoken
more
about
sense,
bless
so
you.
then he had to spin into his narrative. Thank you, Shauna,
God
for the
bless you.
fireworks. I appreciate you.
We
W's to
had
Shauna.
like 10
W's to Shauna.
million people coming in our country illegally. So.
Yeah, this ain't your country, motherfucker. Anyways, no. Let's see. Right then.
Well, you don't have to say whose country this is, because I'm more American than you. So.
Sure, buddy. Migration.
God bless you.
Process. I'm pulling up something, guys, because I'm unamused.
God bless you.
I am pulling up something. I'm trying to find the official. Those of you who do not know, it was March 2021 where they had this press briefing where she was asked to tackle the root causes of migration. And she did. That's the funny part. But we'll wait on that in a second. Don't tell me Trump took it down. I was trying to find the actual document. I can see it on archives. Let me find the archive. No, this is July. It was in March. Fuck it. Whatever. I know what I'm talking about. Cool. So can you tell me where in the document that you read that she was supposed to track migration was she asked to stop migration, and how could she do so? Thank you
I
guys for the
didn't read
gifts.
the document by that. I just know that it happened. Didn't check it. I didn't know that you would ask me about this. I just knew this.
God bless you.
You literally spent a moment teacupping to find some information. You came back with the tackle argument. And then now you just saying you know this.
Bro, are you so slow? I told you that I was not looking for an argument. I
You
wanted
literally
to show you a
were,
video,
because
but I'm
that's
not
why you
able to
said it
show you a
doesn't
video on
matter.
this.
So nice try. What you can do now is tell me when and where Kamala Harris, thank you, Mally, for the manifesting goal. Kamala Harris had the authority and the task to stop migration at the southern border. Because according to you, Biden told her to do this, right? That's when she was told to do this, right? So
Yeah.
this should be an
When
easily
did
findable
she-
document.
when did she... We're gonna find it right now. When did she become vice president?
When did she become the vice president? When the president became the president. When they were sworn in.
Yeah, what date it was?
January 2021.
Okay, perfect. When she was sworn in and she became a vice president, that's when she had the authority over the border.
Word?
Over anything that's going on in this country.
Really? So
Yeah.
is JD Vance the border czar?
He's not the border czar.
Why is he not the border czar? It's the job he got when he was sworn in, right?
No, we are talking about authority. He has an authority.
The authority that
And
he would have
he's not,
gotten
but he
upon
has-
being sworn in as the vice president. According to you.
Exactly. Yeah, we are talking about authority, yeah.
So JD Vance is the border czar.
Well, it's not. We have people that go look up
What do you mean it's
after
not?
the border. and Trump is the main
Oh, that's
guy,
crazy. Oh,
while
we have
Trump
people
is
who look after the
acting-
border. So how did Kamala Harris become the border czar?
Yeah, because I said something else. I said about those 3 countries that we were speaking about, and immigration on border.
Do you know what the Partnership for
understand?
Central America is?
What?
Do you know?
Partnership.
Okay, you don't. Chat. Fun fact. I'm just going to ruin it because this is exhausting. The Biden administration in March of 2021 had a press conference alongside Kamala Harris where she was tasked with addressing the root causes of migration from the northern triangle of Central America, Guatemala, El Salvador, and Honduras. A couple months afterwards, specifically July, she, alongside other networks, started something called the Partnership for Central America, the PCA, where they did address this, right? Identifying some of the reasons and causes as to why there was so much immigration, particularly from that sector. Not everywhere, that sector. And she did, right? Economic starving, essentially, was the crux of the arguments there. There was not many opportunities for individuals in the region, safety issues, so on and so forth. This is all well documented on centam.org. Thank you guys for the follows. Centam.org is where you can go to find all of the activities of the Partnership for Central America. Hopefully Trump didn't take it down. So she was able to go to several different private sectors and corporations and companies and get about $5.2 to $5.6 billion in private sector investment. This went into jobs, this went into schools, this went into infrastructure, so on and so forth, to make the areas that we just mentioned better. And then the U.S. paid about $4 billion directly from our government to public assistance in the region. That's what she did. All right. And what we saw after that, specifically, especially if we're talking about Caribbean and Latin America's countries, there was a decrease as reflected in the 2024 border encounters. And then we can say the same from El Salvador, Guatemala, and Honduras via the the Center for American Progress, decreases in encounters by 13%, 39%, and 51%. And I actually can't pull that up on screen. So that's what she was tasked with doing. That's what she did exceptionally well, because Kamala Harris couldn't wave a wand and close the border. Kamala Harris could not wave a wand and stop people from coming here. That is not the job of the vice president. It has never been the job of the vice president. It currently isn't the job of the vice president. So it was a stupid fucking thing for you to say. You may respond.
There is no response. I told you what I said. I showed
And
you
everything.
proved me
You
right.
didn't show me a
That's all that I
fucking thing.
needed.
You literally haven't shown me a fucking thing. You were screaming and crying and whining that you can't.
Did I say that Biden said about those immigration?
Yeah, and then you made a false correlation. You cited a potentially truer statement. I'm unaware of the exact wording. You cited this to fuel an argument that she was a border czar. And nowhere will you see in that press conference where she was tasked with this that a border czar was an official title that was utilized.
Okay, do you know the interview when they said that she's the border czar and she didn't deny it?
What?
Did you see the interview where she was asked when she was told that she was the border czar and she was not denying it? Where they said to her that she has to look up for the border and she was like, yeah.
There is an interview that Kamala Harris did where she was asked if point blank if she was the border czar. And your argument isn't that she said yes or no. Your argument is that she didn't answer it.
No, this is not my argument. The whole time you're trying to make it...
Literally asking you a
I'm saying
question so that you can clarify your argument. You're saying there's an interview that you saw where she was asked point blank if she was the border czar, and she either said yes or no, or did not answer the question, correct?
Okay, maybe you're not understanding. What was my initial argument for all of this?
Your initial, first off, we don't need to go that fucking far back. We're on Kamala Harris. You said she's the border czar. I am challenging that. Your response to it was she never answered whether she was or wasn't. That's literally what you just... Actually, hold on. The fun thing about
Well, I didn't
these
say
streams,
just
y'all...
that. I also showed you about Biden
you
saying
didn't show
about that
anything.
she
You
was
keep
and
saying
was
show.
pointing
Where
about
the fuck
tracking
did you show me?
immigration
What
and
did you show
everything.
me? What did you show me that wasn't out of your mouth? What did you show me that you didn't pull out of your ass?
What do you mean?
Jesus, fuck. Okay, give me a second, guys. Give me a second. The fun thing about the tube of you, the really fun thing about the tube of you, I see you warned in the request. Give me a second. Is that I can just play back the stupid shit y'all say. So give me a second. We got it.
What do you mean? He said to her that she has to look up. Did you see the interview where she was asked when she was told that she was the border czar and she was not denying it?
Gotcha. She was told or asked that she was the border czar, and she didn't deny it. That was your claim. Or you're going to deny your own words.
No, that was not my initial.
Yeah, and that's what I repeat. Oh my God. Why the fuck are we going back to the initial? We're on right now, my guy. Focus. Stay in the moment. Stay in the moment, my guy. Keep the strokes going. Otherwise, she's not going to nut.
Listen,
Stay in the fucking moment, okay? Your last claim, out of all your bullshit claims, which is why the fuck we're not going back, was that she was asked point blank in an interview or told that she was a border czar and she didn't deny it. That was what you just said. So now what I'm going to ask you to do is take a second to Google search it. And guess what? As you said, you can't show me the video. You don't have the technology to show me the video. But you know what you can do? You can come back and give me the title or the link, and I can pull it up for all 279 people to see. And if you do so, I got some money for you, bro. How about that?
Well, I don't need your money, and we
Okay,
can do
cool.
it.
Pride. Do it for your fucking pride. Substantiate your claim.
So, which claim do you want me to
God
substantiate?
bless
The little one I just went over with you.
Yeah, but this is the problem because this was the thing. You asked me why didn't I vote for the Democrat or something like that, and we started talking about the border. And I said, listen, Biden appointed her or said to her to watch out the border and immigration. And you were like, oh, that's not true. Then I said, yeah, it's true. She had 3, 4, 5 countries to look after. And you said, yeah, that's true.
The task
Then
that
we
she
went
was given
after,
did
and
not
there was
make her
interview.
a border czar. Do you know what a border czar is or what
Okay,
it can do?
exactly.
And doing
I
what
said
she
multiple
did, which is
times,
literally
yeah,
throwing 9 billion at a region, would not be a task or responsibility or an indicator of being a quote unquote border czar. So here's what we're going to do. You made a very specific claim, several really fucking stupid claims. I'm on the very last one. I just need you to go find me the video and tell me what it is. I will pull it up on my screen and show everybody here and prove your point. I will say I was wrong. Kamala Harris could not deny the fact that she was a border czar. And then we can move on from this point. I am trying to help you here.
Okay, give me some time.
So go ahead and do what you did earlier because you know how to teacup and you know how to look up things. And while you're figuring that out, I'm going to move
Okay,
down to the
but
next
listen.
person. Oh, they left.
Yeah, when I find you, let's make the bet. When I find the video and you show to everybody, you will shut down your whole account and you will never stream again.
Okay. All right. If you find a video of Kamala Harris not answering a question on being a border czar, I shut down my account.
No, I'm saying that she was.
I'm
not
clarifying the
accused.
bet.
The interviews told her that she's a border czar.
Okay, so,
and she
so the
didn't,
problem with that
like,
off the
say,
bat,
"Oh, no, I'm
I got
not,"
you.
or-
Oh, so she lied. Okay. This is why I'm asking for the clarification. We need to make sure this bet is clarified because before we digitally shake, I want to make sure we're on equal, like make sure we both understand what's at stake here, right? Okay, cool.
Of course, yeah.
So tell me exactly what your claim is and what the bet would be based off of. Go.
So I don't have a claim. You just started.
Oh
asking
my
questions.
fucking God.
And I said in a moment, just a second. Listen. Don't.
You
swear
literally
on
just
God.
tried to
You
make a
don't even
whole
have a
bet
necklace.
with the basis of the bet being I shut down my account. Now you're saying you don't have a claim. Oh my fuck. What is your point?
No, no.
What will be basing the bet off of?
Listen, give me 10 seconds. So this is the thing. We're talking about the border, and I told you that Biden appointed her to
Why the
be,
fuck
like,
are you
the
going back
border,
all the way back to
watch
that?
out immigration and everything.
Why are you going all the way back to that?
And
Right
I
here,
said,
right now, this
and
last
she
moment,
was
you
asked-
said there's a video of something happening. You're trying to find it so I can prove it
Exactly.
and show people.
Exactly.
So reiterate what it is so we can make sure we're on the same terms, my guy.
Okay, so
God
I
bless
will
you.
show you. I will give you the link for you to show us
The link to
where she was not accused. It was told her.
She was told by an
told her
interviewer
that she's a borders.
that she is a border czar.
Yeah, and she didn't deny it.
And she didn't deny
She was not like in denial or something.
Got you. Cool.
Because I don't remember the exact words.
Chat,
Right?
no problem, no problem. Chat, we all heard it. His bet is that he can find a video of an interviewing telling her that she is the border czar, and she didn't deny it. Okay. I have no problem taking that bet. Here's the issue. It's fucking stupid. I'm going to take your stupid bet, but it's stupid. An interviewer can tell any official what the fuck they think they are. So it's not rooted in anything. So an interviewer telling Kamala Harris that she is the border czar and her not answering it wouldn't be an indicator of her not being a border czar, or being a border czar would be an indicator of just how shit goes. Interviewers all the time tell Trump he's this, he's that. He doesn't answer them.
Exactly.
He straight up ignores
exactly.
questions. So the fact that you even thought you can use something like that as a basis to prove your claim was ridiculous. I can still take your bet though. Do you want me to take
Exactly.
your bet?
That's why the whole time I try. Yeah, exactly. That's why the whole time I'm trying to get to the main points, to the first points, because all the things we are talking is just bullshit. You asked me why
But you
I'm
brought
not
it up and you
supporting the
tried to make a
Democrat
whole bet
Party,
over it.
and I started you
I
giving
just
you.
explained to you how much it doesn't matter.
No,
yet
you're the
you
one-
still
no, you're
brought
the
it
one-
up
you're the
to
one that
make a
said,
bet
"Let's
off
bet."
of it.
Well, I don't. You are the one that's pushing for it. We don't need it. Like, I don't care if she, I want to go back to the initial topics because we are not being productive. We are speaking about
We're literally
bullshit.
all on the same
And yeah.
talking point. Your entire argument was that they fail at the border, open borders. She failed as a border czar. We are literally on that topic. Why I'm asking you to substantiate how she was a border czar.
Exactly.
And your best response was an interviewer
no.
told her she was, and she didn't answer.
No, that's wrong because I said that they failed to manage the border, Biden and Kamala, and Biden also appointed her to watch over the border. And then we went to these things that you're saying. Because I didn't vote for the Democrats as you asked me, and one of the reasons was the border.
Chad, I don't typically do this. We're doing a drop pool. We're going to do a drop pool. And the price is 30. Links in the bio. And you may send a super chat on the tube side. Links in the bio. $30. $30, he's gone. Because this is fucking ridiculous. I'm so sick and tired of repeating myself. Every time I literally repeat what you said and your fucking arguments, you go all the way back to what we first said initially, which is the same thing we're talking about. Would be the basis of Kamala Harris being the border czar. Am I fucking tripping here? So again,
No,
you're
because
saying
my
she's the
basis-
border
my
czar.
basis-
You'd be able
my
to
base-
prove that she's the border czar. You brought up an example that I then questioned, and then you went back on and saying, yeah, see, it wouldn't matter. So therefore, it would be stupid to make a bet off of that. So would you like to provide
my
me
claim-
another
my
piece of
claim is not-
information that proves she's a border czar?
Listen, my initial claim is not that she's a border czar. Is that the
What do you mean? That's not your initial claim.
To watch out the border.
That was literally your whole
My initial
claim.
claim what? No, my initial claim was that the Democrat Party was not able to keep the.
Oh my god.
border
Okay,
secure.
okay. I'm gonna help your pea fucking brain ass out. Okay. If your entire argument is that the Biden-Harris administration failed on immigration, they supported open borders, they did a terrible job, one of the aspects of that argument, the fucking banner of your argument, would be Kamala Harris being the border czar and failing at being the border czar. You don't separate it from the initial thing you said. It's all a part of it. It's an umbrella. Here's the umbrella. And then that would be under your fucking umbrella. Do you understand?
Yeah, I completely understand.
So why the fuck do you keep saying that?
Because it seems to me that you're not trying to understand what I'm really talking about. You're talking about the Kamala and being a border czar, whatever the fuck. I'm trying to tell you that I didn't vote for the Democrat Party because the Democrat Party failed completely at guarding the border. Did you take a breath? Took a walk? You back?
If, by the off chance, that this person actually is an American citizen and has the ability to vote in our elections, I want to remind everyone what those of us on our side of the aisle are up against.
God bless you.
This is the supreme level, thank you, Mal, of stupidity that we're up against election after election after election. Midterms is coming up, chat. Midterms is coming up. Don't let this person's vote count the same way yours does. I fucking beg you.
You don't have. You don't have to worry about him voting because he's not a citizen. He lives in Croatia or somewhere in that part of the world. We've already found him out about 5 or 6 times for lying in different places about where he comes from and about being a citizen or not. He's not a US citizen. He doesn't get to vote. So that's not why he didn't vote for the Democrats. He didn't vote for the Democrats because he doesn't have a vote in the United States.
All right.
Okay, could you have access to YouTube? Can we go on YouTube and just type in verify Kamala Harris?
I can. We'll get to you in a second. Fabio, I want you to articulate your point again, please. And I want to make sure we're all on the same page. This is the last time I ask you to repeat yourself. Can you articulate your argument, please?
So my argument is,
go on. Was that it? Are we good? Was that the point? Right? Once again, TubeSide, I had to mute it because if I did not, I would have got a flag. That is our drop music. W's in the chat. This is an older one, actually. To Sassy for the $3 Cash App. God fucking damn it. Got you. Thank you so much for the $3. Thank you so much for the $3. W's in the chat. W's in the chat. W's in the chat to Chelsea for the $10 PayPal. Drop Mick Dropperson. W's in the chat to you, Chelsea. W's in the chat to you, Chelsea. W's in the chat to Feisty for the $20 Venmo. Dome on fleek and kick. Let me tell you all something. I got up this morning and I said, I'm going to make this shit fresher than a baby's bottom. I made it real smooth and it's glowing. Thank you so much, Feisty, for that. Noticing. W's in the chat to Feisty. W's in the chat to Feisty. W's in the chat to Bugsby for the $5 on Cash App. Kick Flavio. I'm about to say, we got it with Chelsea and Feisty. Y'all know I don't do drop the kick. I like to control the platform, but I had to repeat myself so much. We're about to get to you, footstep on tiny person. I had to repeat myself so much. Bro couldn't even stay consistent with his argument. But Erica, thank you for that clarification. I suspected he was, but yeah.
Yeah, he's member of a far right party in like Croatia or Serbia, somewhere in like a former Yugoslav republic. But I also want to say I inboxed you on the cord the transcript of the Biden press conference where he appointed
Thank you for follows. Oh,
Harris. So I inboxed you that, but they have taken it down from the government website.
I knew it
so I
because it
had
used to be
find
the
it from
top
another
damn
source.
thing when I searched those keywords and I couldn't find it.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Same. It's completely been taken down, but I have sourced it from somewhere else, so I've sent that to you for future use. Okay.
I'm not proficient with way back. I know that's the way we can look at old stuff. I need to get better at that. Thank you so much, Erica. W's Erica.
No. Anyway, drop me down for the algo.
All right, appreciate you coming up. Big W's to Erica. Big W's to Erica. All right. Uncommon.
Uncommon. It's fine.
You said you wanted me to look up something.
Well, here, I got it. I can just play it if you want.
Sure.
Topics in this race. Even before Biden announced he would not seek re-election, Republicans have referred to Harris as the border czar, responsible for the immigration crisis. Our KHU11 Verify team looks into whether the vice president is truly the border czar. Here's Tracy Bragg.
The references to Vice President Kamala Harris as the border czar are practically everywhere.
She was appointed border czar.
Border czar, the border czar. Even in a U.S. House resolution filed by a Texas congressman in March of 2023. This all starts at a White House meeting about immigration on March 24th, 2021. One of two announcements made by President Biden is assigning the handling of the border to Harris.
It's not her full responsibility and job, but she's leading the effort.
So is Kamala Harris the border czar of the Biden administration? Our sources are the White House, University of Houston, and Rice University.
There is no question that Kamala Harris was named border czar. However, I think there is some doubt regarding what actual influence she's had on Biden administration border policy over the course of the past 3 years.
Rice University professor Mark Jones adding it is Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas who's actually running the day-to-day operations at the border based on the Biden administration's policies. So is Kamala Harris the border czar of the Biden administration? Well, our sources say that answer needs context. As U of H professor Brandon Rottinghouse shared via email, quote, there are technically czars in the White House, personnel who have a single administrative policy task. What Harris did as VP is more of a diplomatic assignment as the VP rather than a full-fledged policy role. But she was clearly intended to be the point person for the immigration issue. With your Verify, I'm Trayson Bragg.
Thank you, Trayson. Read more about how.
I'm pretty sure that was the guy's argument, was that she was put in charge of the border. So I mean, that covers that pretty well, I think.
No. So I love, first off, dare I say it, chat, you're not going to like me for this. You're actually not going to like me for this, chat. I appreciate you being one of the few people that are actually able to pull up something to articulate your claim. It's very rare that it happens. Most of the time, Trump supporters' sources are their ass. But I actually appreciate you trying to find it. But I don't know if we just didn't hear the same stuff from the same video. But the context that had to be added to the borders. First off, let's start with the borders are claim. They say they source the White House. No one in the White House called her a border czar. So I thought that was interesting. You'd find documentation of such as the root causes and that appointment being that source, but that's not an official border czar title. As clarified in the video, that it's not official. There are quote unquote czars, he said technically, but the scope of their roles that they would have would be, let's admittedly so, nowhere near what Republicans have been saying it has been for this time. So even if I were to give you that she was the border czar, in the sense that she was, I would then rebut the fact that she was a successful border czar in how she addressed the migration causes, because she in no way, shape, or form was intended to stop migration. She couldn't. She did it through an economic lens, and she was able to work with the private sectors to do what they did and get some money going. So, That's if I was to give you the fact that she was the border czar to that extent, in which case I would still say that's fucking stupid. But you may respond.
She was the point person. That's what they said clearly. She was the point person on the border.
Again, you just brought up some person's commentary on how they would say that she's a point person.
Okay, well, there's a commentary there that says that yes, she was appointed the border czar as well. I mean, like if everyone in the news called her border czar, she was the point. He was the person who was appointed by the White House to
calling her a border czar have to do with?
It's anything. A lot easier than saying that she's the point person for the board. She's not exactly officially. She's just kind of sort of in charge of it, kind of in a way.
Both
what are you supposed to say?
Talking points from media personas and Republicans who hate her, not from the White House officially.
Okay, the White House. They said their sources were the White House, and
they didn't even name their White House source. They played a clip, a 3 to 5 second clip of Biden saying what did he say? Whatever he said in that clip that had nothing to do with, again, what Republicans make her roll out to be. I know exactly what she was appointed for. I know exactly what she was supposed to do, and she did. It's not a border czar title. You know who currently is a border czar due to the Trump administration literally designating him as such? Tom Hogan. Homan or Hogan? I don't fucking remember.
Who was the border czar then? For the Biden?
No one, because that wasn't a thing.
Oh, there was so it's a new thing.
Yes, literally. Trump made it a thing. He literally says in media, Tom Homan is addressed in the White House as a border czar. The Trump administration made it a thing. That is Trump's designation, a designation that never existed under the Biden-Harris administration.
Then how did that title come up during the Biden during Biden's?
Because of Republicans.
Okay, so who was in charge of the border for the White House?
Mayorkas and what's his name? Actual DHS and CBP officials would have been the ones who would have instituted policies under the directives of Biden in regards to the border.
So you're saying that Biden had no border. He had no one in charge of the border. That's what you're saying. Besides Homeland Security, that's it. Wasn't that kind of irresponsible? I mean, didn't the border deserve its own person to be in charge of it, as far as the White House goes? Is that what you're saying?
What does Tom Homan do?
He's a border czar.
Right. What does he do?
I'm sorry, you cut off. I don't know.
What does he do?
He's the border czar. He's in charge of the border.
What? I didn't ask you what he was. We already went over that. What does he do?
I don't know. He's in charge of all the stuff that goes along with the border, I guess. He's the White House's representative. He's the White House's representative for policy regarding the border.
Tom Homan is the Thomas Homan, I don't know his full name, that makes sense, is the Executive Associate Director for Enforcement and Removal Operations, ERO, U.S. Immigrations and Customs Enforcement, ICE, Department of Homeland Security, DHS. Right? So in the title Border Czar, it includes 3 different departments. And Border Czar would be referencing the closest to what we actually have on the books here, according to this document. Actually, I'll pull it up for you so no one thinks I'm lying. Give me a second.
The closest thing was Kamala. I mean, if there was no actual appointed person in that position during the Biden presidency, then the closest thing they had was Kamala.
I gotta get another monitor, y'all.
Clearly.
Okay. All right. Here we go. Cool.
Okay.
Great. So let's go back. How I found this document. This is house.gov. Okay. It's house.gov. Executive Associate Director, Enforcement Removal. We click on it. This describes his role. Okay? Let's read it together. Executive Associate Director, Enforcement and Removal Operations, Thomas Homan. Thomas Homan is the Executive Associate Director for Enforcement and Removal Operations, ERO, U.S. Immigrations and Customs Enforcement, ICE, Department of Homeland Security, DHS, Washington, D.C. And then the rest of his biography. I don't give a fuck. Cool. We on the same page? Uncommon, are we on the same page?
I'm sorry, I didn't realize I was muted. Yeah, sure.
I didn't mute you.
I might have done it. Sorry.
Gotcha. Gotcha.
What I'm saying is, who's the closest person to in the Biden presidency to that title to actually have those responsibilities?
A person over at least one of these departments. So who was the head of ICE at the time? Actually, let me go look that up.
The border czar is a person who's above all these different agencies and actually
which wasn't the fucking vice president. Thank you for that. Let's see.
Okay, then who was?
Interesting. It didn't have a Senate confirmed director under President Biden. Instead, it's been led by a series of acting directors, most recently Todd Loynes, who serves as the senior official performing the duties of the director as of early 2025.
That explains a lot.
Who would have been before that? Hold on, that's in it.
Ed
Gonzalez, nominated by President Biden, but withdrew his nomination in June 2022 due to lack of Senate support. Interesting. Okay. PJ served as acting director mid 2023. Todd Loynes took her over in early 2025, so that would have been under the Trump administration. Okay, so we had several different people due to appointments and issues with confirmations. I got it, Gucci. I got it. Don't have to mute him. I got it. So we didn't have one officially. We had several due to appointments, changes, so on and so forth. All of those people combined, they would have been over ICE, right? They would have been over ICE. Great. And then who was the head of DHS?
The Homeland Security has its own responsibilities besides the border. I mean,
again, who was the head of DHS?
Mayorkas, right?
Okay. Great. And I actually didn't even know that the ERO was a department until now, so I'm curious now. ERO. Enforcement Rule Operations branch. Oh, it's a branch of ICE. Oh, okay. So this is fucking ICE. Okay, so ICE and DHS. So how we can define a quote unquote border czar?
Screwed up as hell, basically.
No. So how we can define a border czar as it sits right now? I have to get the monitor. As it sits right now, how we can define a border czar would be the head of ICE, the head of DHS, and then I guess a person in ERO. Those would be the three branches that we have defined. Those people, per your definitions, would be the closest we can get to some type of a quote unquote border czar. The reason why we can't say we would have had that is because before the Trump administration, we had those branches, and those branches still exist. Technically, to be fair, border czar, as we just read, equates to associate executive director in all those three branches.
Yeah.
Or two.
Yes.
Great. Wonderful. So, by your definition of that, now that we have this understanding, it would have been Mayorkas, and some of the people that we mentioned over ICE. They all would have been this collective of border quote-unquote czars. None of them would have been Kamala Harris by how we've defined them off of what we just read.
But Kamala Harris was appointed to oversee all of them, though.
No, she wasn't.
Then what did Biden get? What title did what was Biden giving her when he said that he was going to be in charge of the border? What did he say? What was he doing?
None. She was never given a title of a particular position in any of those departments.
Then? What did he say?
In fact, I'm super curious. Oh, this is what I want to know. I want to see something really quickly.
Here, I'll be looking. I'm looking too.
With DHS and ICE on the root causes strategy.
And out of the Biden presidency, President Joe Biden announced Vice President Harris will lead the effort to tackle a sudden surge of migrants at the U.S. southern border.
The announcement came as the federal government opened another emergency shelter to deal with the influx. CBS 4's Danya Backus reports.
If you deal with the problems in country, it benefits everyone.
President Biden is
I love that. 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 Because the clips that you've played, the snippets you've played of what Biden said. Okay, my guy, I know you hear me talking. Okay, cool. So based off the snippets of what Biden actually said, And what you played, one of the things he mentioned, I don't remember the first, it was irrelevant really, but one of the things you mentioned was if you address the issues in the country. This is the reason why it was called the root causes strategy. It was a diplomatic and economic initiative, which would be vastly different from how we would define a border czar and their responsibilities. Does that make sense?
You're just doing technicalities, bro.
How am I doing technicalities? We just cleared all of this up.
The guy just said that she's appointed to oversee the border. Like, let's listen to the
The
rest
guy
of it.
just said you're doing news networks and articles. All that matters is what Biden said. All that matters is what Biden tasked her with and how she was supposed to do it. Not the media's rhetoric. The same media y'all like to shit on because they bullshit all the time. Now you're using the media and Republican talking points as a crux of your argument that she was some border czar with executive power or action.
I'm playing what Biden said, dude. That's all. I'm
You
doing.
literally just played a snippet into 2 videos, long ass videos that you just played, maximum 10 seconds of what Biden actually said, which disproves your own point.
We're both hearing them together.
What Biden said in those snippets, and you're more than welcome to go find the full video, disproves both of your points. In fact, fuck it. What's her name? Send me the transcript.
She had no responsibility.
What's her name? Send me the transcript.
She had no border. She had no border responsibilities at all. Like she had nothing to do with the border. Is what you're saying? Is that what you're saying? She
No,
had nothing to do with the
actually,
border?
yes, that's 6,000% what I'm saying. She had nothing to do with the border. You know why? Because the Northern Triangle of
That's
Central
just-
America
that's just-
isn't the border. That's a whole nother fucking country or area. So yes, she had nothing to do with the border, at least not directly, with the main addressing of the root causes being people who would have flooded said southern border. But her actual mission involved the Northern Triangle. Absolutely. As we've read in the videos that you clipped your goddamn self or played, whatever the fuck you got going on over there.
Okay, so
hold on. Let's put this back up here. Let's put this back up here.
What was the announcement about immigration and southern border?
I
Something
have
about
2.
Kamala, right?
I'm
So
reading
she's-
it here. Today I have 2 announcements. Can you guys read this with me? Can y'all see it? Can everyone see this? Let me crop this.
Yeah, good enough.
Let me crop this.
Sort of.
Okay? Because you guys have this thing with
There you
like
go. Make it bigger. Make it a little bigger. Make it a little bigger if you
expand
can.
this here.
There you go. That's cool.
Tube side, what I'm currently reading, because I'm not putting it up on there, it's too much.
go.
I'm currently
That's cool. That's
reading
good.
the actual transcript of what she was tasked to do in March of 2021 by Joe Biden. Not media sources, not Republican talking points. What she was actually supposed to do per the President of the United States at the time. Okay? Today, I have 2 announcements to make. One is okay, well, actually, this part is Xavier. He's talking about Secretary. Let's get to the thing part. This is virus. This is COVID stuff. Here we go. Okay. President Biden, in addition to that, there's about 5 other major things she's handling, but I've asked her, the VP today, because she's the most qualified first to do it, to lead our efforts with Mexico and the Northern Triangle and the countries that are going to need help in stemming the movement of so many folks, stemming the migration to our southern border. President Biden, back when I was vice president, I got a similar assignment. But one of the things we did was that we made sure that we got a bipartisan agreement with Democrats and Republicans to provide over $700 million to the countries in the Northern Triangle to determine the best way to keep people from coming and just keep them from wanting to leave. Cool. I want to pause there. Put your book notes there. I want to pause there. So not only is he giving Kamala Harris a specific task, but he is describing it as it was his task under the Obama administration. Okay? So here himself, Joe Biden is telling you what this role would look like, what it entailed the first time, and Kamala Harris doing it now. Remember that. Great. Let's keep reading. What would I leave off? Best way to keep them from leaving and keep them from wanting to leave. Okay, I'm going to highlight the part where I'm at. Can I do that? Yeah, right here. This is where we're at, if you guys can see that on the TikTok side. The reason why so many people were leaving, we learned, was that not only gang violence and African cartels, but natural disasters, hurricanes, floods, earthquakes. So it's not like someone sits around a Hanuman table somewhere in Guatemala and says, I got a great idea. Let's sell everything we have, give the money to a coyote, have them take our kids or us to the border of America. Take us across, leave us in the desert. We don't speak the language. Won't that be fun? That part. One of the ways we learned is that if you deal with the problems in country, it benefits everyone. It benefits us, it benefits the people, and grows the economies there. Unfortunately, the last administration eliminated that funding. Interesting. Did not engage in it, did not use it, even though there was over $700 million to help get this done. We're reinstituting that program, as I said, and there are many factors as to why people leave in the first place. This is the source of one of the reasons why we've had such a ... before we took office, in the midst of the last administration's somewhat draconian policies of separating children from their parents, etc. What happened was that we found that there was serious spike in the number of people heading to the southern border, even in the midst of that. That's true. That's why Donald Trump declared emergencies. As Alejandro can tell you, that was because there were serious natural disasters that occurred in those countries. They were coming north, and we did nothing to do much. They were coming north, and we did nothing to do much about it. So this new surge we're dealing with, now starting with the last administration, but it's our responsibility to deal with it humanely and to stop what's happening. So this increase has been consequential, but the vice presidents agreed, among the multiple other things that have inaudible, and I appreciate it, agreed to lead our diplomatic effort and work with those nations to accept the returnees and enhance migration enforcement at their borders. Here's another example we can give of the role, which was that she worked with other countries to enhance their own border security, to enhance their own enforcement. Cool? Great. Wonderful. Let's keep going. I keep doing this and then losing track of where the fuck I'm at. Shit. Migration enforcement at their borders. Here we go. We're already talking with Mexico about that, and she's already done that. We're going to be dealing with a full team now that we have to be able to deal with the problem here at home, but also to deal with it now in terms of in country. I would make the argument that when it came to the at home part, when it comes to executive order, they could have done better. Sure. Anyways, and I can think of nobody who's better qualified to do this than the former. This is a woman who ran the second largest attorney general's office in America after the United States attorney general in the state of California, and has done a great deal of inaudible human rights, but also fighting organized crime in the process. It's not her full responsibility to job. This man. It's not her full responsibility to job, but she's leading the effort because I think the best thing to do is to put someone who, when he or she speaks, they don't have to wonder about, is that where the president is? When she speaks for me, doesn't have to check with me. She knows what she's doing, and I hope we can move this along. So, Madam Vice President, thank you. I gave you a tough job, and you're smiling, but there's no one better capable of trying to organize it. Vice President Harris, this is where she spoke. So, do you want to go over what she said, or do you want to focus on the Biden, how Biden appointed her and what he said the role was?
It's up to you, man. I mean, basically, my point is that she failed at that. Like, there's no numbers that say that.
How,
she did
based
any
off
impact
of
on the,
what we read, did she fail on that?
Okay, how did she stem the flow of, like, is there any numbers that prove that she stemmed the flow of migration at all? Did any of those efforts do anything to the amount of people coming across the border? Is there any numbers that prove that?
So I'm going to say yes and no. The reason why I'm going to say yes and no is that it was covered over the course of 3 years, fiscal year 2021 to 2024. We know the program was started in July of 2021. There is going to be border statistics that we can see on CPS from midsummer 2024, as posted by the Center for American Progress, that showed a decrease.
But that was the election. That was the election, though. That was because you're getting ready for the election.
That's quite literally my point. That's literally why I said yes or no, right? While we looked at it over the course of 3 years, and we know what happened in 2022, record numbers, the majority of them came in that year, or that in 20, I don't remember, right? Over the course of the 3 years, what we did see, specifically from the Northern Triangle, Guatemala, El Salvador, and Honduras, saw decreases.
I don't know that. I mean, I have,
Give me a
have to
second.
look and see. I don't believe that her efforts actually had any impact upon the amount of people coming like directly.
Sure. That would be a theory.
That's why she failed. That's why she failed. That's why she failed. Is because she didn't actually do her job.
Sure.
Either way.
Considering that we went over the fact, actually, and here's another one. Vice President Kamala Harris leads the overall U.S. strategy for addressing the root causes of migration in Central America, which turned out to be the PCA, as a high-level diplomatic and economic initiative, which is separate from the day-to-day border enforcement and operational duties of the Department of Homeland Security and Immigration and Customs Enforcement. The root causes strategy focuses on long-term stability in the Northern Triangle countries, not direct DHS ICE operations. So this was completely separate from any of them. So numbers that we could have seen decreased from the election year that you say in the summer of 2024, especially around the time that he passed that executive order that actually set the cap at 2,500, we can't necessarily attribute to the program. That's still not an indicator of the program failing, because some of the addressing that they made would have still been information that would have been passed on to those other departments, even if she didn't directly work with them.
I'd like to see some sort of numbers that actually prove that she was effective in any way at stemming the flow or doing anything to affect the number of people coming across the border. I mean, I know that's going to be hard to show, I guess. I'm
going to try and explain this again. If her policy was purely economic and diplomatic, how would we then be able to translate that over? How would we then be able to translate that over to some of the lower numbers that we saw in 2024, especially after all of the actions of DHS and ICE? How would we be able to track that?
Well, it's 2024 was the election year, so it makes the whole thing difficult. You're right. That's what I'm saying, but. I'm saying that I'd like to see something that proves that she actually did what she did was actually what the job was given to her, as far as like making the flow less and less people coming across the border.
Again, it was addressing the root causes.
Okay, but the whole point was to
you're missing
limit
what
the number
I'm
of
saying.
people coming.
How would we be able to ascertain if the root causes strategy led to a decrease in border crossings?
2023, I guess.
We cover them over 3 years. And then that would be ridiculous looking at 2022. Because 2022 is when we had the spike in immigration, right?
What year did this happen? What year
Again,
did this happen?
2021.
This thing. Okay, so 2023 should be a big dip. Or at least, I mean, it should. I mean, there has to be some sort of. There has to be something to show for what she did.
You can't be serious. I'm going to politely explain to you why what you just said was wrong. Considering that the program was diplomatic and economic, considering that the basis of said program was having conversations with those other leaders on border enforcement, which we did see go up on their own side. It just didn't seemingly, at least in 2022, really do much in that department. Considering that those were the metrics, how can we then say private sector investments, $5.2 to $5.6 billion. How can we then look a year afterwards when she was appointed as such in March? It officially got it on the ground in July. And then she had to work with all these other departments to get the money, collect the money from different institutions to start building on their companies, to building on those jobs, to building on those roads, whatever case may be. How could we possibly track if it did anything in 2022, only a year into some of these investments, when it would take at least that time, I would argue, to build upon those agreements?
So you're saying that Biden's action that he took to stem this flow of people coming across the border was a long-term plan that might not actually have any effect for 5 years, is what you're telling me? I mean, that's ridiculous.
Well, yes.
Like, it was an emergency then.
Literally. Otherwise, how would we be able to assess it?
But the problem was right then. But we have the problem was right then. Why would he go for a long-term plan when we're having the problem right now?
Because Biden is a legislative president. To a fault, I would argue.
The problem's right now. The problem's right now, though. So like for 5 years, we're supposed to put up with this problem until this eventually kicks in. That's ridiculous.
The problem with everything that you're saying is you're acting as if the root cause of strategy was the only way they were going to address the border. It wasn't. Kamala Harris, a vice president who had no executive power, did what she did on her end, and then Congress, with the sponsoring and the backing of the Biden administration, did what they did on that end, putting forward several bills that Republicans didn't fucking care for, ultimately leading up to S4361. On top of that, despite the failures of the legislative branch in getting things passed, because there's a whole nother side that disagrees with how we want to do things, there was the initiatives of DHS and the initiatives of ICE. They all did their jobs collectively with, like I said, the only thing I'll concede to is I think executive order could have been passed earlier on because the legislative branch was fucking around. That's the only thing I will give you, 6,000%. But they were all working together to do this thing. And for anyone to put this load onto Kamala Harris solely is fucking ridiculous, considering that her job in no way, shape, or form could have even reflected the results that you want. Does that make sense? Due to the nature of her job, due to the nature of what she was tasked with, we could not possibly get those numbers. I'm missing super chats.
Can we expect for it to have some kind of impact, though? Can we at least expect for it to have some kind of impact on the amount of people coming across the border? Is that not okay to
not anything that we can track now? That's my point.
But that's ridiculous, though. So what was the point? What was the point? If we can't, if it's not actually going to have a noticeable difference, what's the point?
The point was, again, considering the diplomatic part that we missed, to improve our relations with those countries, to get better border security or enforcement of the border security from said nations. The point was to address the humanitarian lens of it. The point was to give these people more options not to come to the United States, which we did somewhat see. Again, if you're going to say that the numbers I can pull up for you, if we're counting over the course of those 3 years, do not count because of the executive orders that Biden passed in the summer and everything else, then so be it. I will give you that, in which case I will just tell you there's no other way we can track it. I can specifically say in the 3 countries in the Northern Triangle, we saw those numbers decreasing, and I want to say it's before the executive order. I don't quote me on that, but even then, we even saw Latin America and stuff saw improvements in their region, and we saw somewhat of actually, yes, we did see border crossings lower from the Caribbean and specifically after those initiatives. So it's.
I don't feel like she made a noticeable difference in what Biden, the task that Biden gave to her. I don't see the numbers going down at all.
Again, hold on.
The whole point was to address the border crisis, right? I mean, that was the whole point.
Oh, I shit, I missed a couple here. I apologize. W's in the chat to Miss Donna for the $2 super chat on the tube side. Kick, please. He's messaging with my elevation. Not okay. This was for the last guy. I'm behind. I apologize. W's in the chat to Sean Green for the $5 super chat. You cannot rationalize with the irrational. Ignorance spews ignorance like Charlie Kirk. I also believe that was for the last guy. W's in the chat to Sean. W's in the chat to Sean. W's in the chat to Sean again for the $10 super chat. Any kind of nationalism is not patriotism. It literally defies the definition of patriotism. Any brand of white nationalism is directly disrespectful of World War II veterans. They gave us damn near everything. 6,000%. I think that was once again for the last guy. W's in the chat to Sean. W's in the chat to Sean. And I think that was it on that side. Great. Wonderful. And we don't have anything on the other link side. Wait, fuck y'all. Hey. I'm doing all this goddamn work up here. If you want to support this platform, the best ways to do so is going to be the links in the bio. Cash App, PayPal, and Venmo. Hector talks with 2 R's on 2 of them. Hector Pal with 2 O's and 2 R's on the obvious PayPal app. Best ways to support the platform. Thank you guys so much for being here. If you cannot donate, that's okay too. Your engagement is just as important. Tap the screen, share the live, make your comments. If you can, send your daily heart meets. It's 1 fucking coin. The economy isn't that bad. Do all of the good things. And make sure you hit that follow button right there. We do this every Saturday at 3 p.m. CST and randomly throughout the week. All right, back to you. If you want to say that the program was a failure based off the fact that we couldn't have any easily identifiable metrics that showed that it actually led to stemming the flow of migration from these areas, the reason why I can't concede to that point, I see what you're saying, I can't concede to that point, is due to the nature of her job and the nature of her task. That would be something that would not be possible to do, especially considering that she would not have been able to even carry it on into 2025 because she lost the election. The Trump administration then took over, and while we saw a 60% decrease in encounters near the end of his term, and then Trump got up to 95%, so he only added 35%. Everyone leaves that part out. What you're saying is that we can only attribute that to Biden. I will give you that, because there is no other way for me to argue against that point. So again, due to the nature of the job, it is hard to track what it did, but it would still be ridiculous to say it was a failure, because if we were to say it's a failure, we would have to be able to track said numbers. Does that make sense?
That makes sense, but the thing is, here's my point: is at the time we were having a border crisis, right? And Biden was taking steps to make sure to ease people's minds, to say, look, I got this, I'm doing this. This is what I'm actively doing to make this go away. And if he wasn't actually able to step in and make a difference right then Biden was not. He didn't do what was supposed to be happening. He was trying to address the issue that was happening right then, by easing people's minds, by pointing her to that role. And I don't feel like she actually made that.
It was long term. It was long term. He wasn't trying to ease people's mind then, outside of literally saying this person is working on said issue, and we saw that because it took years to work on said thing.
But it might have been not, but he might could have said that then. I mean, because he also said that he was supposed to address it in our country too.
Which he did.
I mean, that you did that part too.
But
there's no.
Do you know what the first act of Biden when it came to the southern border was? Well, not even the southern border, all our borders. Do you know what the first act was?
To make all of President Trump's executive orders null and void.
That was another one of the first, sure. And it wasn't all of them. Some of them were just restructured, particularly when it comes to like its asylum cap. That was just restructured because Trump had one. It was just extremely low. It was 15,000. Then we saw the other ones in regards to. I have a list of the EOs here. In any case, none of them opened the border, so it doesn't matter. But one of his first acts, literally the first month, if I'm not mistaken, it was introduced the U.S. Citizenship Act of 2021. Do you remember that one?
Okay, but can we say this? Look, what Biden did with his executive orders that changed the executive orders regarding the border created the problem.
Absolutely not.
Because if he had continued, if he had continued by Trump's executive orders, it wouldn't have happened the way it did.
No.
Then what changed? What changed from President Trump's presidency to Biden's presidency besides his executive orders that made the border wide open?
Do you know which
And why? And how was Trump? And how was Trump able to just put his executive orders in and make it go right back to being closed again? Like it was like a door being opened and closed between the two presidents.
The
so,
military.
You can't say
the literal. Hold on. First off, having the military be at the southern border, literally stopping anybody and everybody from coming in, was a huge factor into why we saw those numbers decrease. Not to mention, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, we saw a number decrease of immigration after he even won the Oval Office because people were fearful. It was fear that stopped many people from coming to the U.S., whether they wanted to legally or not. There's that.
Whatever it takes.
That's where you and I will fundamentally disagree. I do not think the U.S. should run off of fear to anyone that isn't our enemies. I don't think people who want to come here and make a better life of themselves should be scared to.
People who want to come here and break our laws should be scared to come here and break our laws.
What law?
The law that says you can't come across the border illegally.
The misdemeanor, correct. The first time.
Okay, it's a law.
Sure.
It's a law that my representative
the misdemeanor
to protect my way of life and my property.
Cool. You want draconian action for someone who commits a misdemeanor in this country. Better yet, what do you know about Title 42?
I want prevention. I want prevention.
You can't say.
I want them to prevent that from happening altogether. I want them not to come at all. I don't want them to break the law. But Biden left the door open for them to break the law.
How did he do so?
By canceling all of President Trump's executive orders regarding the border. And
do you know? Can you name one of those executive orders and what it did?
Stay in Mexico. It made people stay in Mexico while they waited.
Was that executive order? Hold on. I don't think.
Yeah, it was an executive order. That Biden canceled.
Give me a second.
He had them staying in Mexico while they figured out their asylum status.
I'm mixing up with certain directives. Let's find out here. Mexico. I think you're correct, but I'm just double checking. I'm pulling up my list here. An executive order.
Title 42 was for
Yeah, that was
the whatever the thing. Yeah, that was the thing.
2018, 2019. Yes, got you. Migrant Protocols Protection. MPP. That's what it is. That's why I keep getting mixed up. MPP is Remain in Mexico. The official title of it was MPP. The media was more so Remain in Mexico. But the official policy.
That was
MPP,
a good policy. That was a good policy.
No, it was not. Do you know what that consisted of?
It consisted of making, if people applied for asylum, they had to stay in Mexico while they figured out the status, right?
Correct. Do you understand that
Okay, so what's wrong with that?
Some of those people who were trying to come, first off, it was a legal process, so it only affected asylum seekers. Okay, let's point that out. It only affected asylum seekers. Asylum seekers would have been people already going through the legal process. He just took the additional step to say, you stay over there while you're trying to come over here. And while I only halfway disagree with this, with one point being, okay, fine, sure, just to shut Republicans up. The other half that I disagree with were some of the reasons that people were claiming asylum would have been more than enough reasons to want them to come here and allow them to be here. We have a process when they get here that says, hey, you have to make sure that you show up here on time. You have to do this. You have to do that. A lot of them don't. There was bills actually put forward by Ted Cruz to stop that, and no one talks about it. Jocelyn Iragwe, a little girl who was unalived by an undocumented migrant. What?
There's a huge issue with the whole asylum thing is that people are supposed to go to the first friendly country and declare asylum. They're not supposed to like skip through Mexico.
That is all dependent. No, that is all dependent on the agreement that we would have with those respective countries, such as the ACA, not the Affordable Care Act.
It's the first friendly country, dude. That's an international
policy.
That's how the
that would
works.
be dependent on which one that you'd be referencing specifically. Are we talking Berlin Agreement? Are we talking
Mexico,
the ACA? Which one?
I'm talking about the whole policy regarding declaring asylum. You're supposed to go to the first country that's friendly.
Okay.
This
seems to be the first time.
You're not supposed to be able to. You're not supposed to look. That's migration.
This seems to be the first time that you were made aware of the fact that broad international law that you're referencing isn't as broad as you may think, and there's different agreements for different countries. Have you heard of the ACA?
Yes, I've heard of that.
What is the ACA?
I don't remember what the acronym stands for.
Okay. That was a policy that, if I'm not mistaken, we did have with the Northern Triangle and maybe one or two more. Right? That didn't apply to all the rest of them abroad. Other agreements would apply to each country. Great? Cool. So, what you're talking about does not broadly apply to every single country and every single person who's trying to come here to the U.S., nor would I care. But by law, that would not broadly apply to every single undocumented migrant coming here.
My understanding is it does every country that if you're applying for asylum, you're supposed to go to the first country because you're not supposed to be able to just pick which country you want to go to, dude. If it's your fear for your life, then that means it's not supposed to be like a you get to pick where you go. That's not how it's supposed to work.
Well, if you're applying for asylum in a particular country, then your claim would be to go to particular country.
No,
and in the worst case scenarios, it's specifically in regards to fear for your life. Yes, you may end up being relocated to an additional country per the agreement that you'd be referencing.
No,
that's not broadly applied across the board.
You need to do some more research, dude. Because
not to mention, the U.S. still has the ability to choose to allow them to come here, which we or be here in the country per our law, which we have been.
But my point is that you're supposed to go to when you're in fear for your life. It's not supposed to be like you get to pick where you go. It's supposed to be like you're in fear for your life.
If you're going to keep saying that, you need to tell me what agreement that is.
It's the rules around asylum. It's the rules around international asylum.
Do you understand why I can't take that seriously?
Okay, fine. I'll look it up, dude.
Thank you. Thick, if I let you up, you can't crash out. Them's the rules.
Do a commercial. Hang on, let me look it up, okay?
Great. Ladies and gentlemen, boys. 1 second. 1 second.
Hold on.
1 sec. You thick. Hold on. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, theys, thems, and MAGA, welcome to the live. Double tap that screen. Let's get the likes up to over 100K. I think we can get to 150. I think we can do so within the next couple of minutes. Send your daily heart music if you haven't already. Tap, share, do all of the good things. Best way to support the platform is going to be the links in the bio. Hector Talks with 2 R's. Hector Talks with 2 O's and 2 R's. On the PayPal and the Spendo and the Dash Cap. You may also send a super chat over on the Tube side. If you're not following me, make sure you hit that follow button. We are live every single Saturday at 3 p.m. CST and randomly throughout the week. Check out my videos. I put pretty good stuff. Now you may go on, Dick.
Yeah, so the law in question that you are incorrectly referencing, the 1951 Refugee Convention, does not obligate asylum seekers to claim asylum in the first country that they reach. They have the right to seek protection elsewhere. Now, the EU is a little bit different because they have what's called the Dublin Regulation. We have the Safe Third Country Agreement here in the United States between the United States and Canada. There's a lot of different policies that are in place when it comes to asylum. So no, you don't have to stop at the, quote, first friendly country that you reach. That's not how that works. That's never been how that's worked.
1 second before I allow you to respond. Uncommon. W's in the chat to Virillion for the $5 super chat on the tube side. Caller, you don't care about the numbers. 1 is too many for your standard. I don't know. It sounds about right. I would argue. W's in the chat to you, and W's in chat to Virillion for the additional $5 super chat. Big W's to you. Thank you so much. You want military on the street to enforce misdemeanors? RIP Constitution. That fucking part. Jesus Christ. They can barely do their jobs properly now. These people aren't vetted. Imagine if the military, ICE, was out here enforcing misdemeanors, bro. That's insane. W's in the chat to you, Virillion, I think. Virillion, yes, thank you so much for your donations. W's in the chat to Roxy for the $1 Venmo. What's JD's job? Yeah. Anyways, best way to support the platform, once again, is going to be the super chats over on the tube side and the links in the bio over here. Thank you guys so much. Go ahead and respond, Uncommon.
Hang on, I'm still digging, dude. I'm sorry.
Got you. He's still digging.
I'm still digging.
Whew. I'm going to let somebody else up. Dick, how you doing, man?
I'm doing all right. I was pulling a Hector, so that's why it sounds a little weird in here.
Hey, Hector.
Pulling a Hector is crazy. Pulling a Hector is crazy. Cuddle Sword, did you vote for Trump?
No.
How did it sound like you were about to say nigga? That was odd. I heard nigga. That was weird.
I'm not going to say the N-word. I'm a brother, so why would I say the
I don't know. The way you said ends, it sounded a little weird. Am I tripping? Did y'all hear that too? He's like, no. I don't know. It's funny.
You tripping. Yeah, you tripping. You tripping. It's all good, though. It's all good. I'm not mad at you.
Did you say you voted for Trump?
I did not vote for Trump.
Oh, you did not vote for Trump?
No, sir.
Give me a second. Guys, this is not a juice box. This is Silk Very Vanilla Soy Milk. It's my childhood happy place. This helps keep me calm.
That shit's so
good. Understood. Always good to revisit your happy place.
Always, man, because these people are stressing me the fuck out.
Yeah.
I'll let you say a piece before
sir.
I drop you down.
So, Trump needed a bigger story than Epstein. That's why he went into Venezuela to capture Maduro. Because Epstein was enveloping his administration. Okay? So how much bigger would Maduro be if he goes in to Venezuela and capture Maduro?
You're not going to get a disagreement from me.
It's the wag the dog theory, if you will. So that's why he went in to capture Maduro. Because Epstein is everywhere, anywhere, all the time. And Marjorie Taylor Greene did not make it better for him.
And I think that's in part why they ousted her. I don't disagree with you. Appreciate you coming up here, Cuddle Bear, and sharing your piece. Thank you so much. Uncommon. Did you find what you were looking for? And if you didn't, that's perfectly fine. W's in the chat. Oh, go ahead.
It's iffy. It's really. I mean, they have that law applies in Europe, and I guess there's some agreements between other countries, like you said, that make it like, but it's still one of the things that you can be denied for in this country. Apparently, it's really weird. Like it's
the 1951 Refugee Convention is international law.
Okay, but in Europe they have it's a whole different thing, and it's
Yes.
not it's not.
And there's an agreement between us and Canada. There's agreement between us and Mexico. Like,
Okay,
can
yeah,
you
but
point to the law specifically that states that you have to stop at the first friendly country?
okay, well, so like if I ask if I were to ask, it would say generally it's not a
No.
it's not a rule,
Hold
but
on.
generally.
Are you asking AI?
Well, I'm going through different things, and I ended up going and asking AI because
You are. That's not a source. What I want you to do is I want you to point me towards the specific law.
the 1950. Let's talk about the 1951 or what is it 50? I'm looking at that, and I'm looking at a couple different things.
You're talking to ChatGPT. That's not
Dude,
a law.
okay, the default, bro.
ChatGPT
I'm
has
looking at different
sources
things.
in it. Right. ChatGPT has sources in it that you can pull up to substantiate your claim. W's, we just hit 1.5k subs on the tube side. Appreciate you guys. Keep subbing. W's in the chat to Sean Green for the $2 super chat. Obfuscation and lying is not valid debate strategies.
I'm in a pinch,
Sure
and
isn't.
I'm doing my best here.
Um,
I'm trying to be.
One more. Carol Ann, Carol Ann, W's in the chat to you for the $5 Venmo. It used to be funny that all Trump supporters have a problem with immigrants committing misdemeanors while they simp for a felon who breaks the law every chance he gets. Now it's just fucking pathetic and annoying. Damn hypocrites. I'm just the messenger. W's in the chat to Carol Ann. W's in the chat to Sean Green. Appreciate y'all support. Go ahead.
Do you think it's really? I mean, don't you think that that should be a law? I mean, like if you're
literally in the middle of a sentence. The same party that used to be all don't believe everything you read on the internet is now the same party that has become, well, I asked AI.
We just can't win, can we?
Stop. AI is not a source. It has made people like you intellectually lazy. It's not a source. All it's going to do is read patterns and spit out shit and not have any validity to it unless you actually go in and confirm. You should not be asking ChatGPT to do homework for you. It has made people intellectually fucking lazy.
Yeah, I agree, and it lies a lot too. I totally agree with you.
It's a path, not a source.
And yet you're trying to use it as a source of truth.
Well, if I can go and I click on the source and then I go through what actually sources it offers, then that's kind of how I can make sure that it's the words they're talking about. I mean, I'm not really trusting what it's telling me right now, honestly, 100%.
All right, then. You can validate it. But it's funny that even based off your overview, which is the best you have so far, that you said it's iffy, and then ultimately
Well,
will
I'm
be
in a
up to
pinch
the
here,
different
I'm
agreements
trying to-
that we
I
had.
didn't have my study stuff in front of me, bro. I wasn't ready for this, so I mean, you gotta give me a break.
Well, you believed it.
Then why would you say beforehand that is the law if you didn't know that beforehand?
Because that was my understanding before when I actually did research it.
So you didn't know. You just
did.
Said, well, I feel like the vibes here are this, and then dug your heels in. Do you know what this is called? There is an actual word for this. I'm not saying this to like insult you or anything. There is like
I'm sure you're not. I'm sure you would never do something like that. I'm sure you would never do something like that. Never.
Not.
Of course not. You're here. You're just here to be helpful, right? Thank you. Okay, please educate me. Wise.
You do not want to do this.
My God, you're getting
You do not want to do this.
You are getting incredibly defensive. What you're doing right now is actually called the Dunning-Kruger effect.
I'm pretty sure that I could throw a rock and hit your head from here.
My guy, like you're talking to the soup can, not Hector. So what you're doing right now is called the Dunning-Kruger effect, where you are digging your heels in when someone is pushing back with like any modicum of information. You, the person who is uneducated in the topic, will become more defensive about it the less you know.
That's crazy because I'm actually admitting that I'm actually saying that.
Hey, in the middle of a fucking sentence. You don't want me to be rude to you, don't fucking interrupt me. Like, I'm being very fucking respectful with you right now. Don't interrupt me if you don't want me to treat you like an asshole.
If you know thick, you know he
right?
is.
So the more someone knows about something, the actual there's a weird correlation where like the confidence that they have when they defend that thing is actually far lower than the people who know absolutely nothing about it, and they will defend it until like they're in the fucking grave. It is a very strange phenomenon, and that's precisely what you're engaging in.
Really, because I actually took the time to go and look, and then I come back and I say, yeah, it looks like you might be right about a couple things here, and it's not actually what I thought. That's what you think's happening when I say that.
That's not what he's talking about. It was the fact that you came up here and you so adamantly believe what you believe, despite the fact that it was not properly substantiated.
But-
you
but
said you did
how am I
research
being
before
adamant
this.
about it?
But if you did the research before this, then you would have came to the conclusion, or at least part conclusion that you came to here, which is that it's iffy, but you said it definitively before, which is fine. People make mistakes,
but me being
here we
willing-
are.
Me being willing to go and look and research and double check is I mean that shows that it's not at all what he's saying, and me being open to saying that I was wrong.
Hey, that is in fact what I was saying, number one. Number two, and this is a very nitpicky thing, right? This is a very nitpicky thing for me. Whenever people say that they've done research, I'm going to ask, well, then what was the methodology that you used for the research? Was it quantitative or qualitative?
Okay, was there
a peer review that you did with the research?
Is there any possible way that someone would come to the conclusion that was a law? Is there any possible way in any way, shape, or form that someone would do research and come to the conclusion that was a law? Is there anywhere that is a law?
They said that, hey, this is in this law. That's the only way. But to just make a wild fucking assumption based on
It's not a wild assumption, though. I mean, if it's that way in the EU, I mean, like if there's weird little side agreements that make it so that that's a different thing. I mean, it's not like it's not completely unfounded.
Is that a thing here in the United States, or did you just go off of vibes? Because you didn't even know that was a law in the EU beforehand.
I assumed that it was a law here.
So again, you just fucking assumed. But you didn't know.
So how did I know anything about it, dude? By just like what? Like how did I know anything about it at all? Do you think that I just know? I just heard about it from somebody?
Yes. Or you read the wrong sources.
I'm like, oh, I wonder how X, Y, and Z works.
Okay, this is not productive. This is not productive.
Hey, you asked a question. I'm answering your question. If you don't want an answer, don't ask it.
Such a friendly guy.
If there's ever a point where I am like, I wonder how X, Y, and Z works, I will sit down and I will look into how X, Y, and Z works.
I did.
But hold on.
Follow.
But I don't just
follow the backup
at the first thing that confirms what I think. Because if you Google, like, barely enough, you will find a litany of things that will immediately confirm your own confirmation bias.
I'm aware of that.
So again, if you think, oh, well, this is how this works, and you don't ever put any effort into actually looking up until you are pressed on it, that just makes you intellectually lazy. Like, do you know there are actual fucking studies that show that there is a correlation between people who are like less intelligent and like having conservative views? Like, that is an actual study that we have. And like, I know what you're going to say. You're going to say, well, causation doesn't equal correlation doesn't equal causation. Well, it's either that people who are dumb just become conservative, or that people who are conservative are dumb, or it's just a wild fucking coincidence.
Right. Thank you. I appreciate that. That's very productive. That's a good talk, bro. Thank you.
You know, if you don't want to listen, just say I didn't listen.
So, what, you want me to listen to you telling me all the different ways that I'm dumb? I mean, like
that's not what he did.
Like,
that's not what he did. You just monumentally missed the point of everything he just said. Again, he's been nothing but respectful. He's just passionate. That's why he sounds that way. And I would co-sign every single thing that he said, which is that because you've been kind to me and you've been kind on this panel and you haven't said anything fucking insane, I'm going to be nice back to you, and I'm going to tell you that you should probably better articulate your arguments and prove your arguments before you come up on panels. He sounds like you have a little bit more research to do. You have some misconceptions about Kamala Harris and her role, and that's fine. It's very prominent with the Republican Party. But now you know a little bit better.
I feel like I held my own pretty well with the Kamala Harris thing, Brady. I mean, you got to admit.
Hold on. I thought about this a moment ago, but this was before I came up. So, like, Uncommon, when you were talking about like the border crossing numbers, you were like, well, you know, we don't see a dip in the numbers, so that's how I know she failed, right? Like, that's more or less.
That was the point. That was the point of her appointment, dude, was to actually make those numbers go down. That was the whole point.
Hold on. Is that more or less your stance? I'm paraphrasing. This is the opportunity to correct me if I'm wrong.
But yes, my point is that her job was to make those numbers go down, and they did not directly go down.
Hold on.
So she failed.
Hold on. How do you know that the numbers wouldn't have been higher if she wasn't in that position?
Okay, let's go with the causation equals.
Hold on. How do you know?
That's a good question. I mean, I guess I don't. I mean, but I mean, I also by that rationale, I can say that me flipping this quarter was effective as that.
Hold on. Then how do you know that it failed?
Okay, me flipping this quarter right here just did the same thing. Ta-da! I just solved the border crisis.
How do you know that it failed then?
That's a fucking.
Okay,
stupid.
how do I know anything?
How do you go back to stupid? How do we do all of that and you go back to a fucking quarter flip determining if it could have been higher or lower? Bro, how did you just miss the whole damn point that he just made?
He's saying no effect. He's saying that there was no effect proves might be evidence of some sort of action.
No, that's not what I said at all. I was very explicit about the words that came out of my mouth. If I meant anything other than the words that came out of my mouth.
You're saying that
Hold on. I'm not saying anything. I am not making a claim at all whatsoever. I'm trying to get you to do a little bit of critical thinking here. I am not making a claim, my guy. I am pushing back on your logic and trying to get you to do some critical thinking. So, like, walk with me. Take my hand as we.
I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying.
Hold on. Stop. Because one, it's correlation equals causation. That's the phrase, and that you used it incorrectly. So if your claim is that we don't see lower numbers, that's how I know she failed. Well, okay. Well, then how do you know that the numbers that we saw were not the lower numbers? How do you know that if she wasn't doing that job, they would have been higher?
Because her whole point was for her to bring the numbers down. That was the whole point.
Well, okay, but then what's the threshold for if she's doing the job?
If the number goes up, if the number goes up or goes down, that's the.
If I am put into a position where my job, I'm told your job is to make as many sandwiches as you can. You have to make as many sandwiches as you can. And you look at the numbers of the sandwiches and you go, well, on Monday, he only made 5. And on Tuesday, he only made 4. Now, Wednesday, he made 6. Friday, 5. Like, those numbers could have been higher, right?
That's why you hire another sandwich maker.
Hold on. Jesus fucking Christ. My God.
I mean, it's hard to keep up with such a stupid analogy. That's the dumbest analogy I've ever heard. Can I argue real quick? One point to just shut you up.
You can wait.
It was a pretty bad analogy.
Can I just shut Nicolas Cage up?
Can you just wait a goddamn minute? You can do that.
It's the dumbest argument ever.
Oh,
it literally
that's crazy. It could be dumb in the
I'm not
comments.
making an argument. I'm
That was pretty bad. Can we do a better analogy, dude? That was pretty bad. I mean, that's not.
Well, clearly, the question when I posited it to you without an analogy was misunderstood. So I'm breaking this down for you, Barney style. So how do you know? How do you know that the numbers that we had were not lower because of what she was doing?
That's fine and dandy, but the whole point was for her to bring those numbers down. That was the whole point. That was her entire job.
That's literally what I'm asking you.
You're running head for.
Okay,
you don't understand the question.
Okay, her entire point. The entire point was to bring those numbers down, and she failed at that.
No. I want you to prove it. Prove it. No. Stop. Prove to me that if she was not doing that job, that the numbers would have been the same.
That's not what her job was. Her job was not to make sure that the numbers stay the same. Her job was to bring those numbers down.
I know.
She failed.
Focus on the question.
She failed.
Focus on the question. Focus.
That wasn't her job. That wasn't the point.
Bro, lock in. You don't understand the question. Lock in. Lock the fuck in. Lock in. If the numbers that we had while she was doing the job were 5, right? And your thought process is, well, that number should have been 4. Well,
her job was to reduce that number.
Hold on. How do you know that if she wasn't doing that job, that the number would not have been 8?
I don't know that, but what I'm saying is her job
She failed.
She failed because she didn't bring the number down. That was the whole point. Her entire job was to bring that number down. She didn't bring the number down.
You're an idiot.
Okay, if I hire someone to bring the numbers down from 5 and they just keep the numbers at 5, then they didn't do their job.
How do you know that the number was not 8 before she took over the job?
That's great, but I hired her to bring the number down. That's great. That
And she brought it down from 8. Prove that she didn't bring it down from 8.
That's not. I didn't hire her to make sure that the number didn't get above 5. I hired her to make sure the number went to 4.
So you're oh my.
that would be that's a whole nother thing, because now your argument would be that she had a set number and a job to do when she did it. This has now become a completely different. Ultimately, this entire argument is that you didn't see what you wanted to see, what Republicans wanted to see. Therefore, it is by you a failure. That's ultimately what
her job was to reduce the numbers
back
of
to, and
migrant
I don't know
crossings.
what to do to that. I really don't know what to do
Her
with
job
that.
was to reduce the numbers, and she didn't reduce the numbers, so she failed.
Prove that she didn't reduce the numbers.
Because the numbers stayed the same. I didn't see any reduction in the number of border crossings.
What? The same from what?
Now you want to try and get like
You said they stayed
the
same. You said they stayed the same. The same from what?
Okay, you said that the proof that she did her job was that the numbers didn't grow. The numbers didn't get
I have not
higher.
made a claim. I have not made a single
Yes,
fucking
you have.
claim.
Yes, you have.
No, I haven't. What is my
you
claim?
said how do you know the numbers that she didn't do her job?
That's a question. That is not a claim.
Okay, how do you know that the numbers that she didn't do her job based on the idea that the numbers didn't get larger? And I'm saying that we didn't hire her to do the job.
I have not made a claim. I have not made a single claim at all.
Okay, then what the hell have you been doing then?
I am asking you to think critically, because your entire argument doesn't make fucking sense.
It makes complete sense, dude. Listen again. If I hire someone again, one more time. This is one more time.
I want you to stop. I want
one more
you to
time.
stop.
Let me make the claim again. Let me make the claim again.
I want you to listen.
You're not understanding.
I want you to listen.
I've been listening.
Your argument is that, well, it failed because the numbers didn't come down.
Yes.
Hold on. What did they not come down from?
From the 5. We'll just say 5.
Okay. How do you know they were not 5? How do you know they weren't 8 before she started?
Then okay, we had a number and we wanted to bring it down. We wanted to bring it down.
All I want to know is how you know the number was not higher before she started.
Because we have the numbers. We have the numbers, and
have all of the numbers for like undocumented immigrants that come across. We have all of those numbers.
We have all the numbers that are accessible. The numbers that are being measured from before she got this job.
Well, now the goalposts are changing.
What?
Because
Dude, okay,
now,
listen, one more time. Okay, one more time. Let me go over it one more time.
The numbers didn't.
Let me go over it one more time.
No. It's no longer the numbers didn't come down. It's the numbers I saw didn't come down.
So you're saying that okay, dude, come on, bro. You're being intellectually.
The goalposts have moved.
Bro, okay, listen. We hired her to stop to bring that. Whatever. Her job was to bring the numbers down. Okay.
That wasn't her job. Her job was vice president.
Okay. Well, Biden gave her a task of bringing the border crossing numbers down, and she did not do that.
That was never like the job.
What was the point then? Why would he give her anything to do with the border? That wasn't the purpose wasn't to bring the numbers down from border crossing.
Dick, you notice how he keeps saying border when the role was specifically in the Northern Triangle?
But the whole point was to bring the border numbers down. That was the whole point.
The whole point was addressing the root causes of migration in the hopes of stemming it.
Okay,
from
and
those
reducing
places.
that number.
And we have more than one border.
Okay, that's great. So where did she reduce the number of border crossings then?
How do you know the numbers? The numbers from where? The numbers from where?
The numbers of people crossing the Mexican and the American border.
So hold on, because that wasn't. If I use your logic here, that was never even remotely the job that she was quote unquote given by Biden
to address the border crisis. What was the border crisis?
From where?
What was the border crisis? What was Biden pointing? What was Biden addressing? What was Biden addressing?
Listen, her entire fucking task, in your words, that she was given were to address the socio-economic issues
in order to
hold on. Jesus fuck. Learn some goddamn house training.
Dude, chill out, bro.
One second. W's in the chat to Feisty for the $5 super chat. I don't like you anymore. Yeah, this is painful. W's in the chat to Feisty. W's in the chat to Feisty. W's in the chat to Virillion for another $5 super chat on the tube side. How many numbers were leaving the Northern Triangle before she started and after? Precisely. And we do have those numbers showing from fiscal year 2021 to 2024 that there was a decrease, with the smallest margin being.
But that's disingenuous.
It's again, I told you that's the best that we have with the information that we have available.
Let's go with 21 through 23. How about through 23 then?
Hold on. No. Before we do anything, I need you to explain how what Hector just said is, quote, disingenuous.
Because 2024 was an election year, and we know that Biden...
That's not... So what does disingenuous mean?
It means that you're saying something that's not actually really...
No. That is not what that word means at all. This is why I'm so fucking sick and tired of pseudo-intellectuals using fucking 3-syllable words that they've heard on this app, and they think that they fucking understand. Disingenuous means that you are actively playing stupid about something.
Exactly. That's exactly what he was doing.
You're just actually dumb.
That's exactly what he was doing.
Fucking thing.
That's exactly what he was doing. That's exactly what I was saying. What do you mean? I was using that word exactly correctly. What are you talking about?
At all.
I'm saying that he knows that that was an election year, and we've already established that, and I already know he knows that.
Yeah, I don't know what the election year
That's
has
why
to do with
disingenuous.
what does the election year have to do with the effectiveness of said policy?
Because
Because
Biden
again,
knew that the
we'd
border
be
was a problem.
referencing two different things. There's Harris's actions versus Biden's. So how would the election year serve her when she didn't have, again, these executive powers to bring down the numbers to where Biden did?
Because Biden always had the power to do that, and he could have done it way sooner.
God.
All he did was just basically...
If I believe that for a moment, let's assume, right, that Trump, with all of these executive orders, he does exactly what you guys want with the border.
He did.
Hold on. What happens in 2028 if the Republicans lose and a Democrat comes in?
The border gets opened back up, I guess.
Well, hold on. Well, isn't that then Trump's fault?
Kinda.
Yeah, but why is it Trump's fault?
For not passing legislation to address the problem?
So then, hold on. I want you to hold that thought in your head. I want you to keep what you just said, right? What you just said in your head. During the Biden-Harris administration, how many laws were introduced into Congress that would have directly affected the border?
Just one.
There were 7.
One big one?
7. Oh, no. There were 7.
Okay.
And each of those were stopped by Republicans in Congress.
Because they were terrible.
Hold on. Then why didn't the Republicans introduce their own legislation that would have been perfect for conservatives? And then, if that legislation had gotten to Biden's desk and Biden had vetoed it, the Republicans could have gone, see, we drafted this perfect piece of legislation. Hold on. That we passed. What law? Which one? Which one did Biden veto?
Was it HR 22 or something? Was that it?
Did it make it all the way to Biden's desk and he vetoed it?
No, it didn't. It didn't pass the Senate. It was sitting in Schumer's to-do pile. It passed Congress.
It passed. If it passed Congress, then it would have made it to the president's desk.
Well, no. Well, okay. Well, it was up to the Senate to.
You might want to read a little more into that.
I want to make this point.
Well,
I want to make this point real quick because I wanted to double check this because I think this is something I've been missing too. I think Thick touched on it, so I'm going to expand on it. The Northern Triangle of Central America, Guatemala. What do you say, Thick?
I said that bill never made it out of committee.
Correct.
Well, that's them trying to do exactly what you said.
Okay.
Which means it never passed either house.
Guatemala.
Republicans did try to pass
Guatemala.
That's what you were saying.
El Salvador. And Honduras, okay? And I just wanted to, before I said what I wanted to say, I wanted to double check it. I double checked myself. Border encounters were at a peak in fiscal year 2022, setting a record with over 2.76 million encounters, driven significantly by increases from Venezuela, Cuba, and Nicaragua. This carried on into 2023 when we hit another peak. The significant drivers of those encounters being record highs were from countries that she was not tasked to address the root causes in. So again, it would be impossible for you, I would argue it just simply can't happen, for you to say that it didn't work, considering that the region that she was tasked with addressing was not the driving forces in those encounters reaching record highs.
Okay, part of her job and part of the regions that she was supposed to be tasked with was actually part of America, was part of the actual southern border. Remember?
Oh my God! It's the.
They said at home too. Remember? You said when we were reading, you said yes, and they could have done better on that.
Stop. If I pull up a map right now, can you point to me where the Northern Triangle is?
Dude, I get that you're really desperate to try and score intellectual points, dude. I get that.
That was the fastest no.
Really quickly,
That was literally just
W's
the
in the
fastest.
chat to Sean for another $5 super chat. Sean, I just want to let you know, Sean, tonight's boba is being paid for by you. I appreciate that. I'm definitely getting me a fucking boba after this. Guys, if you want to support the boba fund, because bobas also make me happy after the stressful fucking conversation, you may hit up the links in the bio. MAGA calling any of us disingenuous is hypocrisy or irony. I don't know. I'm losing track. Seriously, get the fuck off, shut off. They did try to pass legislation. Alrighty, Uncommon. Go ahead and make your point again. What? What are you talking about? Are you going to make your point or not? Are you going to make your point or not? What do you... Dude, what the fuck are you talking about? Just make your point. Okay, run. That's fine. You can run. Sorry, Tube. We did the thing. I don't know where that other Trump supporter went. You can request back up. Otherwise, I'm about to end. I'll give you a moment. Hold on. Can we get thick up? What the fuck? Can we get thick up some coins, please? Can we get thick some coins?
You guys ain't got to do all that.
I said, fuck you. Can we get thick some coins? Let's get thick coins up, man.
I'm like, no, guys, you don't have to. Fuck you. Oh, okay. Goddamn.
Because you brought up a point that I didn't even think of. I didn't even think of that. Like, wait, what metric would we use to say it didn't work? How do we know it didn't based off the numbers? I like, oh shit, that's a good point. And then literally just hit me like, wait.
I thought about that. I thought about that while I was pulling a Hector, and I was like, well, how does he know that the numbers that we have aren't successful numbers then?
Yeah. Like I said, we hit those record highs due to all the factors that we know about. With a lot of the drivers being the pandemic. So literally, how do we know they couldn't have been worse? Fantastic point. And then I noticed in the conversation, I was even at fault for this because it was so frustrating. We just kept going all over the place when initially it was over the Northern Triangle. The Northern Triangle. So I was like, something, let me go look real quick and see what happened with the Northern Triangle. Weren't even the driving factors of those record numbers. Even more of a reason to say, and I won't even say it definitively, but what I will not allow anyone to say is that it failed. It's not how that works. Any number over zero is too much for him. That's what I said. Ultimately, it was about the fact that they weren't the numbers that he wanted. They weren't the numbers that Republicans wanted. And I will scream this from the hilltops. I don't give a fuck. Outside of the fact that it would have just been good policy or better policy to tighten it up, I don't give a fuck considering that we had those record numbers and we still had crazy low numbers of undocumented migrant crime here in the United States. Dare I say it may be a compliment to Biden that we had record high encounters of undocumented migrants and then we didn't see undocumented migrants spike up in crime. That's a compliment to the migrants. That's a compliment to Biden. Not that I'm saying we should do that again. But anyway. Whew, you can stick around for a bit, Thick, if you want. We're going to wrap up after this guy. Ocean Girl, did you vote for Trump? Can we knock out these friendship necklaces, guys?
Hello?
Yes, do you hear us?
Hello?
Yes, do you hear us?
Yes. I am not American.
Okay. Why did you request that?
Because I am for Trump.
God bless you.
Where are
And
you
I
from?
didn't request up. I got invited.
I see. Well, you accepted the invite. Where are you from?
Bermuda.
Bermuda. So you're a Bermuda MAGA.
Yeah.
Why are you sucking Trump off from halfway across the world?
Because I see what he's doing and I actually believe in it.
What do you believe in?
I believe that he is trying to do a good job for Americans. And I'm on his side.
How so?
I hated him. I hated him. Trust me. Listen, I did not like Trump the first time around. I was not a fucking fan. Sorry.
You can cuss. I don't care.
I was not a fan. But then I started to see what social media, regular media was doing, and like making the man orange and doing a pack. And I was like, wait a minute. Let me look into this a little deeper.
You are
So I
aware of the
started
fact that
digging,
Donald Trump
and
is
trust me,
well known
I
of
dug.
spray tanning himself. That's literally where it started.
Yeah, no. Okay, no doubt. But at the end of the day, like, I am able to watch things that you are probably not able to watch.
Like what?
Like things that are scripted to CNN, MSNBC, different things like that. I'm able to see outside of your country.
We also have
And
access
I
to
can
international
see-
news, particularly those of us on our side of the aisle go out
Yeah,
of our
you
way
do.
to
You do to a
avoid
point.
CNN and all the major news networks because of the bias. CBS, as we've just seen, is completely caved to Trump because they won't even release the documents they've done on CCOT nor the Epstein files. So there's that. Really quickly, guys, I set one more goal. This will be the final goal of the night. It is a big one, which if you don't have it, you don't have it. I don't give a shit, but I fucking love that gift and I just wanted to see it before we end. So if anyone would like to knock it out, feel free to. Otherwise, we'll just keep this conversation going. Again, it's a big gift. You don't have to. I get it. Okay. So what international information are you privy to that us Americans aren't in regards to Trump?
God bless you.
God damn, Cindy. Thank you so much, Cindy. Thank you so much, Cindy. That shit is dope. Thank you. W's in the chat for Cindy.
External, these external news sources that we as Americans don't have access to.
You don't have access to a lot of international information.
Like
Like a lot of international information.
This is gonna get messy.
As the rest of the world
Here's
can
what I'm gonna
see.
do. Hold on. So here's what you're doing. I'm gonna do exactly the same thing that you're doing right now.
I'll be right back.
You're saying, well, you guys don't have access to a lot. I'm now going to say, no, I have access to it. Prove that I don't. Like, prove that I'm not talking about the same ones.
What same ones?
Yeah, exactly. I have access to them.
What same ones? What do you have
access to the
access?
ones we're talking
Yeah,
about.
I have like. Okay.
Do you see what I'm doing here?
No.
That's sad. That's very sad that your answer was no. Holy shit.
So, can I ask you, why do you hate Trump?
Name the international news that we don't have access to.
Well, you don't have my news. I'm
Name the international news that we don't have access to.
Okay, you know what? If it's too hard for you to name the news network, so be it. Can you give me a piece of information, a claim debunked by international news that we are not privy to here in the U.S.? It should be that simple.
There's a lot. I don't know which one to name, but at the end of the day, can you tell me why?
The more you say there's a lot, it should be infinitely easier for you to give us just one if there is so many. Does that make sense?
What time is it
Okay,
in
so
Bermuda?
I have what you call
Wait,
BBC,
what time is
but
it in
it's
Bermuda?
not BBC.
What time is
So
it in
at the end of the day, like at the
time is
end
it
of
in
the day,
Bermuda?
I have a BBC,
What
but it's not
time
BBC
is
England.
it in Bermuda?
No, I have a BBC News
What
that is not.
is
For
it in
fuck's
Bermuda?
sakes, you can't even let me talk.
What time is it in Bermuda?
Right now, 9:34.
And you've lived there for how long?
My entire life.
And you give two shits about American politics. Why?
Because I love America.
Get your own fascist.
Pardon?
I didn't stutter.
No, you did, because I didn't hear you.
Your own
Pardon me?
fascist.
I have my own fascist, and I'd love Trump to come down here and take him the fuck out.
I am going to say
How
this
about that,
again.
bitch?
Oh,
Fuck off.
Someone's spicy. I'm going to say this again. Also, don't send me another Fox legend. It just resets automatically. Fuck it. If y'all are feeling spicy, I'll set another goddamn one. You said there is a ton or a lot of... Oh, she's gone.
It's the secret BBC.
God bless you.
Yeah, I heard her say... Thank you, Sean. Oh my god, that gift is so cute. Thank you guys so much. All right. Really quickly. There is a lot of news that we're not privy to internationally, which I don't even necessarily disagree with her, but we have the access to find it. There's a lot of news that we're not privy to, and that news is what helped her like Trump. I really wanted to ask her what made her hate Trump and how the fuck that changed. That's, that's one of the craziest things to me. People who say, I used to hate Trump. I used to hate him. And then I like him now. So did you lose your morals, or like, how does that happen? I'll tell you what. Middle. Did you used to hate Trump?
Like, no, I just came on here because I found a video of yours on TikTok and was like, holy fuck, this dude's dope. And I just wanted to come support you for a second, just because...
Nemo?
I don't know, maybe you need a little bit of extra love.
You sound like Nemo.
He doesn't
Nemo?
sound anything like Nemo.
Like Nemo the fish Nemo?
No,
My
no.
mutual Nemo.
No.
The debater.
I was like,
Not the woman Nemo, guy Nemo. Am I tripping? This is fucking Nemo.
No, I swear to you, I'm no one named Nemo.
He sounds nothing like Nemo. What are you all talking
No,
about?
I swear to you, I am not Nemo. I don't know who Nemo is. I literally think you're talking about the fish from that Pixar movie.
He sounds nothing like Nemo.
I don't fucking believe you. All right, what do you want?
Dude, how can I prove to you I'm not fucking Nemo?
That is not Nemo's.
Okay, now he sounds different. Now he said, "Come on, hold on, no, because y'all not finna play me, bro. Y'all not finna play me, bro. Give me a second. Give me a second.
That's not Nemo's voice.
Give me a second.
I swear to you.
Y'all keep forgetting.
I swear to you, you are all gonna be so fucking disappointed.
Y'all keep forgetting we're on the tube side. Give me a second. Hold on.
This morning.
I don't even necessarily disagree with it. Oh my god, that gift is so cute. Thank you, guys.
Those of you who know Nemo, listen.
All right. Really quickly. There is a lot of news that we're not privy to internationally, which I don't hate Trump and how the... So did you lose your morals, or like, how does that happen? I'll tell you what. Middle. Did you used to hate Trump?
Like, no, I just came on here because I found a video of yours on TikTok and was like, holy fuck, this dude's dope. And I just wanted to come support you for a second.
Hold on.
Nemo?
I don't know, maybe you need a little bit of extra love.
You sound like Nemo.
He doesn't
Nemo?
sound anything like Nemo.
Like Nemo the fish Nemo?
Sounds nothing like Nemo.
I swear to you,
I feel like I'm
I
being
genuinely,
gaslit,
like,
bro.
on like every
just
god
thinks
that
all
does or
white
does not
men sound
exist.
the same.
I am not this person named Nemo.
All right.
Hector just thinks all white men sound the same, is all it is.
Shut the fuck
Look,
up. Shut the
I'm not saying he's right, but he's probably right.
What did you come up here for?
Doesn't sound like Nemo.
Me specifically?
Yes.
I just saw a video. I saw you were live, and I was like, well, shit. I've never been live on a TikTok like live before, and I'm like, well, fuck. I want to give this dude some props because I think he's doing a good job. Because I saw your, what was it, like the hunting magas thing, and it was like that dude who's like, they've got the emails. I've got the emails. I just saw it last night, and he just fucking never understood or listened to the thing you said. I was like, typical fucking MAGA, not listening to anything and just fucking making their own realities up.
Well, thank you for that. I'm glad my videos is getting some reach. Those of you who don't know, I'm looking for the smoke. I tagged him in that video. The creator is tagged in that video. So he got a notification when I posted it. He is more than welcome to come up here and prove his claim at any time. We know he won't. But, yeah. So those of you who don't know, that clip, that's one of the first or second MAGA hunting lives we've done. And we've got up to 7 or 8 at this point. And if you guys remember, the first 4, specifically, the first half of when we went MAGA hunting, who was I as a person? I went in there genuinely. I was trying to reason with them. I was trying to have legit conversation. And how was I fucking treated? Now I don't give a fuck. I just dogged them. But it's just crazy to me how they talk about, the country can't come together because the left is so angry and divisive and stuff. And then I go calmly and respectfully and cool, and then they still have the same fucking energy. It just goes to show they're full of shit. Just goes to show they're full of shit. Anyway.
So respectfully,
I'm glad that you're back. I'm glad that you're back. So now, can you answer the question?
What's the question?
What information were you privy to that you don't think the average American was that led you to like Trump?
Several. YouTube.
Oh my God.
Several.
Okay, let me help you out. YouTube, BBC, and other things would be networks, articles or videos, right? Those networks or blogs would post the information, that's what I'm asking for, the information about Trump that would lead you to go, oh, he's actually not so much a bad guy. So BBC, and this is a pure hypothetical, BBC can post that Trump actually was not held civilly liable for the sexual assault of E. Jean Carroll, and that the American media was lying. And then you'd be like, oh shit, American media is lying. Trump's a good guy. That would be the information that I'm asking for, not YouTube. YouTube isn't a source for the information that I'm asking you for. Does that make sense?
No, it doesn't. And I never told you that he was a good guy. At the end of the
I
day,
literally just gave a hypothetical.
Came up here, no, 2 seconds. I came up here to talk to you. You blocked me. You put
I
me
didn't
down.
block you.
And then when people responded,
I did not block
I was
you.
not able
Did someone
to
block
respond.
you?
Yes, I was not able to respond.
How
on
were
your
you
post.
blocked? Which means you were kicked completely out of the live?
I don't know. It's not.
Were you
Yes, I
kicked
was.
completely
And
out
this
of the
is not
live?
me.
And then you were not able to hold on.
Not
Mods, which one of
completely
you
out
blocked
the
her?
live, but I was not able to respond.
So then you weren't
literally
blocked.
said, fuck you, and then dropped off the panel.
Literally.
I did not. I got kicked off, and then I could not respond in your chat.
Oh, you were muted in the chat. Yes. You were muted in the chat because you got off the panel. And no one wanted to hear your whining in the chat. That's what you came up here to do.
I'm whining. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Cool.
Yes,
All right,
because I've
all right.
asked you for the 6th or 7th time to give me a single piece of information that would contribute to your change of tune to Trump, from disliking him to now supporting him. And you still have yet to do that. I don't know how many more times I have to ask you the same question.
I've told you. I've
haven't.
told you on YouTube. If you deep dive,
Okay. Hold on. What did you see on YouTube?
Thank you. Fuck.
several things on YouTube,
What?
but
What?
obviously
What? No,
you don't want to.
No. I want you to explain to us in clear, cogent terms specifically what you saw.
May I offer an example to Ocean Girl?
Yeah.
Maybe to help.
She's not going to get it. Don't confuse her.
Go ahead. Shoot your shot. Fuck it. Shoot your shot.
I honestly just want to shoot my shot just for a second. So, like, if I found
not
a
what I meant.
video
Oh my God, no.
On YouTube that said, here is proof of the Earth being flat, and I send that to these guys, that would be me giving them my information source.
No.
So if you have a YouTube video, you should send that and be like, this is my information source.
Explain it. Or just fucking explain it.
That too. But I figured we'd start small.
Give me the Cliff Notes.
For fuck's sakes. This is like years. Since 2023, I've been like going down the rabbit hole
2.5 years
of all your bullshit.
So 2.5 years.
So what you're telling me is if I find a video that says you're a fucking idiot and I don't give you that proof, then my claim is true just as yours is.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, I mean, that's what you're saying, though. Like, that is what you are currently doing.
No, it's not.
Yes,
I'm trying
it is, because you're not giving us proof, you dumbass.
Because I cannot tag it in your video
no, that's
online.
not. That's not what we're asking. That's not what we're asking you to do. That's not what we're asking you to do.
Okay, don't worry about it. At the end of the day, I'm not American. It's your country.
Shut the fuck up and
go live
away.
it.
Shut the fuck up and
life.
go away.
Happy
it's
life.
It's not an airport. You don't need to announce your departure. Get lost in the triangle.
Lost in the triangle. Lost in the triangle. Oh my god.
Anyway, yeah, you guys have good luck. I already felt my blood sugar or my blood pressure just spike up like a big deal.
Imagine. You know what? You know
You guys
what?
are doing God's work.
At this point, fucking relatable. I don't do this shit because I like have the hope that I'm gonna change anybody. I just do it because I fucking hate these people. That's it. It's the love of the game.
So you brought up.
I'm gonna go pet my dog now.
I appreciate
Have a good
you,
night, everybody.
Middle, for coming up and showing your support. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having me.
I just want to let y'all know that Middle just went over perfectly the sheer like stress and work that us content creators put in to do this shit. Okay. Which are all the reasons why you should fucking send me money. Absolutely. Links in the bio. Cash App, PayPal, and Venmo. Hector Talks with 2 R's on Cash App and Venmo. Hector Pal with 2 O's and 2 R's on the PayPal. If you're over on the Tube side, you may send a super chat or hit up the links that are pinned in the chat. You know why I unapologetically say hit up my fucking links in the bio and throw shit at me? It's because I know the fucking work it goes into putting in this. That damn video that person joined from, WCU for the shout out. Thank you so much. Took me 10 hours to make. Okay? Took me forever to make that video, and I'm proud of it, and I appreciate everyone who supports me.
If you send me money, I'm just going to turn around and donate your money to a cause in Austin that I'm a big fan of. So just know that I don't ever ask for it, but that's where your money's going to go. So keep that in mind.
There you go.
I need to pick out a shirt.
Are you going somewhere?
Yeah, I'm going to a bar in Georgetown. It's business casual is the attire.
Ah, I see.
You guys want to help me pick out a color?
Sure. 1 second. Cleo, you vote for Trump?
I need to decide what color.
Cleo, you're there? While Cleo's figuring out the mic situation, we're gonna help Thick pick out a shirt. Let me expand my camera here.
I like this one the most, but I just need to pick out a color.
Okay, so I'm immediately going for the burgundy because I think that complements
I am a big fan of this one.
It complements your
your
hair color and your tats and stuff. I would say go for that.
It's also
one.
my favorite color.
Is it your favorite?
Kayla, burgundy's my favorite color. I don't own a black collared shirt, Kayla. So yeah, it's burgundy, pink, style burgundy, white, blue, more burgundy.
Do you have some of the same burgundy shirts?
No,
they're
this
different.
One's stretchy.
Okay.
This one's not stretchy. It's a different material. And I have an ironing board. Don't fucking miss me with this one that's not wrinkled. I have an ironing board.
I was about to say.
I'm an adult.
Who doesn't have an ironing board in 2026? Guys, I have to fight to remind myself it's 2026.
Probably gonna go with the burgundy one.
I'm team burgundy. Okay, what would we say is a close second? What would we say is a close second? We'll let the people vote on it. Burgundy and what? Burgundy and what? I saw a lot of black, teal, burgundy, dusty rose, jade, Berg, black, blue. Honestly, Berg wins. Yeah, we don't need to vote. Berg wins. Most people are saying Berg.
Royal, I was on Erica's live last night.
Ah.
I'm assuming that's the one you're referring to.
Probably. Okay. That person left, so I don't think they meant to be up here. Guys, that's it. I am already way over when I was supposed to end. I still have a black job to go to, y'all. So, let me get my backup in here. Final PSA. If by any chance any of you are new here, welcome. My name is Hector Talks. I do political conversations, quote unquote debates, every single Saturday at 3 p.m. CST and randomly throughout the week. So I'm typically live 3 or 4 times a week at least. Clearly I don't like Trump. Damn, I did not mean to set that, but I'm not going to say no to it. W's in the chat to Gucci. W's in the chat to Gucci for the umbrella. That is one of the prettiest gifts on this fucking app. I used to be a big Swan person. If we're counting it by coins, the Swan is still one of my favorites, but like over the 1,000 limit, I love that fucking gift.
You're the prettiest gift on this app.
I have a sound for that. Hold on. Where's my sound? Shit. Where's my sound?
Also, to the women and femme presenting people in the chat, I've recently discovered the wonder that are bobby pins.
Okay, I think
God,
Tube's gonna flag me for it. Hold on 1 second, Tube. Hold on 1 second, Tube. I'm so sorry, Tube. You guys are missing out on the fun, but I can't get flagged over there. I knew you knew it, Shauna. I knew you knew it. Thank you very much. So basically, Thick just admitted that he's buying me a drink tonight. W's Thick.
I'll buy you a drink, you tall drink of water.
Oh, not this fucking guy. We're literally about to end, Fawcett. Come back later. Erica will be live in a bit. You can go harass her. Okay. PSA.
That dude's actually been, I don't know if you've seen it in Maddie's live. That dude has actually been banned, and I didn't know this until after I had the unfortunate conversation with him last night where he slandered me and then tried to, like, beg in my DMs, effectively, to not do that. He's been banned from Maddie's live because he admitted to, like, hitting on kids.
Oh.
So. Yeah.
Well, ew. Fuck that.
And, like, I'll believe you when it comes to, like, him saying that's why he's banned. So.
Tell you what, he said that slander, you can defend yourself at a later date. Back to the PSA. We are live every Saturday at 3 p.m. CST up until I get tired, like right now, and randomly throughout the week. If you love the political conversations, debates, whatever, hit that follow button in the top left corner and make sure you're following my backup here, Hector Talks Reloaded. That is the backup that I use for any time we get a ban here. Clearly, I don't like Trump for obvious fucking reasons. I like smart people with smart policies. And Donald Trump's level of smartness only extends to manipulating people and being an asshat. So there's that. We call out that all 2026. Midterms, this is a very important year. We're going to start to see a shift from several creators, including myself, onto getting the right candidates in place. Obviously, we have the big race here. Early voting started in the state of Texas. No, not started. Did it start? No, it didn't. Early voting starts on... Fuck, I just typed all of this earlier. Give me a second. But anyway, midterms is a big deal. Make sure that you guys pay attention to that. And yeah, look out for my videos. Look out for the lives that we're doing. I'm also on several different platforms. What did I just say?
Is that the slide that pulls a piece of notification?
What did I just say? And it says suspected spam, so I'm not even going to answer that. Yeah, suspected spam. We're not doing that. Fuck. I lost my train of thought. I'm on several other social media platforms. We're currently dual streaming. We're always dual streaming to the Tube of Views. Same name, Hector Talks with 2 R's. Same name on the gram, Hector Talks with 2 R's. And that's all I have. I deleted the other ones. If you want to become a member of our community, you may do so with the link in the bio on the tickety top. It will take you to Discord. We are 500 and something members strong. Join the Discord. We are a fantastic community. We post the information. We have the funds. We're going to get back to some movie nights really soon. January is just going to be a busy month for me. I'm making some big changes, but we'll get right back into the role of it. So consider becoming a member in there. We also... I can't stop you from subscribing here and becoming a super fan on TikTok, but I would advise that you don't because I hate it. The best ways to support this platform through subscriptions would be through, I don't even have it set up on the tube side, through the Discord. Subscribe to the Discord if you are a member there. Join there and subscribe. If you are on an Android, I have to send you a specific link. Everything else, you can do so from the server subscription tab. TikTok takes 50%. Discord only takes 10%. So if you want to support the stream that way, you can do so through the Discord. Also, we have merchandise. You're seeing the Combo Would Never hoodie and the pants there. Give me a second. Actually, I'll just show you the back. I'll show you the back. So the front here has Kamala Would Never. The side here has Dark Kamala with the laser eyes. I'm going to spin this motherfucker. The back has one of her infamous quotes. I believe she said in 2022, or at least it's paraphrased, break ground, break glass, break barriers. That is one of the things in our Kamala Would Never line. We also have the make 2 + 2 = 4 again. That one, I'm gonna bend it. Fucking A, I did bend it. I'll fix it. It's fine. We have the make 2 + 2 = 4 again line, and then the 10 commandments line. All of that is available on the TikTok shop, or the shop available in the link in the bio. But yeah, if you haven't watched my latest video, go and check it out. We did a snippet of the MAGA hunting, so it's really, really good. It looks to be doing very well in the algorithm so far. And I appreciate every last one of you for tuning in today. Mr. Thick, would you like to do final thoughts?
Respect my trans homies, or I'm going to identify as a fucking problem.
That is one of the most base ways you can end. 6,000%. Honestly, I have no notes on that. I said everything else. We're going to find someone to raid. Oh, yeah. Backup. Make sure you're following the backup. I'm going to find someone to raid. Who's live? Who is live? Should we do Doug or Pickles? Pickles just started. Let's do Pickles. Give me a second. We're going to raid Pickles. Show him some Texas love. Tickles. Pickles is in Dallas, and I am in Austin. And great creator, fantastic creator. He is live every day. So much more knowledgeable than me. The man knows his stuff. He's really good. Really good. Let's go show him some support. Pickles Doug's annoys me. That's fascinating. I don't know what that's about, nor do I care. No disrespect to you. I do not get involved in left-on-left violence. Okay. This is going to be his username. Is it loading? It's not loading for me. It's not loading for me. I like Tickles better. You know what? Okay, cool. Let's do that. I don't know if my green screen is loading on the backup, so this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to put it up in a text box. Actually, this is stupid. I can just do this. Hold on. 128 of you, stick around. 1 second, stick around. We're going to get this raid going. I'm just going to pull him up on the Tickety Talk and show y'all. Actually, I forgot I can do that. TikTok live. And just do this. I hope I didn't delete the source. I probably did. Okay, Pickles. GG. Not Pickles. He's live. Okay. Shit. No, go back. Yeah, that's fine. Actually, this works. Give me a second. Almost done. Putting it back up on screen. Here we go. So, this is who you're looking for. And he's live. Pickles GG's. Pickles GG's. When you go into Pickles GG's lives, I want you guys to say Tickles Raid. Tickles Raid. Okay? Tickles Raid. The first one is going to be funny because he's going to think you misspell it until he realizes it's a pattern. Say Tickles Raid. Hector, no, don't say my name. Tickles Raid, Tickles Raid. We're going to do a Pickles Raid. We're going to say Tickles Raid. You're going to do it for one of two reasons. One, let him know the love and support is coming from me. And two, to stroke my ego. Tickles Raid, Pickles GG's. In fact, I'll do this. Let me drop Thick in my backup so I can just pin it. Thank you so much, Thick, for coming up. Let me just drop it here. Here goes GG's. And then I will pin. Bam. That's his username. Say Tickles Raid. Tickles Raid and Pickles Live. Tickles Raid and Pickles Live. Thank you guys so much for being here. Thoroughly enjoyed your company in the shit show that's been today. Once again, make sure we're following, do all the good things, and I'll see y'all for the next live Pickles Raid. Say Tickles. I will see y'all later. Alrighty, and those of you on the tube side, give me a moment. Give me a moment. I actually want to look at some of your last comments. Damn, not Brett going live. Not Brett going live as soon as I sent Pickles a raid. That's crazy. It's actually crazy. Those of you on the tube side, I appreciate every last one of you. You guys are fucking awesome. I see my mods, Feisty, Taro, Nancy, you're not a mod? I thought you were a mod. Wizard, all of the fantastic people who keep that shit show running over there, because Lord knows I don't. Lord knows I don't. I appreciate all of you for coming through today. Big W's to Sean and the others for all the super chats, guys. It takes a lot to keep this platform going, so every single donation that you guys send is fucking amazing. Brett Cross. Yes, Brett Cross is live, which means he's probably live on the tube side. So go ahead and rate him on the tube side, actually. Hold on. Cross 0524. Cross 0524. There's another way to manually raid people. I don't remember. So there's his username. Cross 0524. Cross 0524. Let's go and shed Brett Cross some love. I'm going to go say hi to Pickles and then probably go to Brett's live. But thank you guys so much once again. And